for some of you who at least started. I am still fighting with quality settings, it looks like, so let's see where that's sitting. Holy smokes, we've actually got them. So thank you for those of you who were patient enough to go through the multiple starts. On top of that, I am starting quite late. I'm about 15 minutes past my normal starting window. And this is, of course, a shame because there were a few of you who sort of stopped by and seemed to discover the stream through Mass Effect. And it was very pleasant to sort of have people. I think one of the things that was nice is that when I was playing Mass Effect 2, a lot of the time, a lot of the discussions seemed to be centered around how disappointed people were in Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda. And I've always felt a little uncomfortable when streams get like that. It's not that I think you can't speak critically about games, but especially when it's not the game that's being played. And particularly with what happened with BioWare, I sometimes feel I feel a little uneasy when the discussion sort of veers into that territory. Also, I forgot. I think I have. Yes, I've got Galaxy at War. So let me just. Oh, come on. I'm going to take a quick minute with the little app here so that I can get a couple more % on galactic readiness. But with that in mind, I've of course not served my interests by starting later than I normally do after having some very pleasant conversations inside of chat. So if you happened to catch the stream last time and wondering where I was, I'm here. I just needed to make dinner and otherwise catch up on a lot of stuff that I was trying to do today and failed to. What's going on here? Sorry, I'm just going to take a second. Okay, it was just slow to log in. So for those of you that don't know about this game, there were some online activities that Mass Effect 3 did. It wasn't all like sitting next to people. Yeah, exactly, Angry. Yeah. That's great to hear. It's huge. Yeah, I do. So the funny thing is that like okay, so I've talked about political stuff in the past, and I'm not going to take a comment, which is nice to say. It's nice to chill and forget everything. I'm going to briefly touch on it in terms of my background. I'm not going to talk about current events. But I have talked about it in the past, and like the worst thing is that I'm really not very well equipped for the moment, because in addition to the fact that my real sort of specialty in terms of studying at school was political economy, I have worked on political campaigns. I'm trying to think if I've done a provincial campaign. I may not have actually done it, but like for money, I have worked on election campaigns at least 2 levels of government. So it's one of these things where it's not just that I have a lot of opinions, but it's something where I feel that if it really came down to it, I feel like I could have value added, which is not just sort of hair on fire, freaking out all the time. But I also sometimes get that there's sort of a time and a place. And I can still remember on the election night in 2016, we were doing a game called Political Animals, and it felt like just a group therapy session, because obviously there were a lot of people very upset by the result when it came in. So that's the fine line to draw, because I think when it comes to entertainment, people sort of sign up for something and there is an expectation of being entertained. Now that doesn't mean that you can't bring across things that you think are important. Like a lot of the entertainment I really like tends to have some relevance to the everyday world. So for instance, I really like the film Terminator. And if you think that the Terminator is just about a robot from the past trying to kill a woman, and that is the only thing you can pull out of it, I recommend that you watch that movie again, because it's a great movie and watching it again will entertain you. But I think, like, in the case of that, actually, really any James Cameron movie, I feel, um, the contract between the audience and um, the the maybe the filmmakers trying to push across a particular idea is being respected. Um, you get your money's worth for the ticket, and it's the other material isn't necessarily in your face. Although I tend to think that the enjoyment of those movies are definitely enhanced by being able to engage with them at a deeper level. Whereas I know there's a style of Twitch broadcast or YouTube video where the game can sort of be a like a vehicle to sort of hijack and push someone to a particular path. And that really works for some people. Like, the important thing to remember is, if I'm finding out about them as somebody who's not a very common YouTube watcher, or somebody who doesn't really watch a lot of Twitch, if I've heard it and seen it, it's clearly working. Like, there's an audience for that. But I think one of the things that I'm a bit conscious about is that people sometimes talk about, it's soothing to hear your voice. And so if I start going down too many stress-inducing things, I sometimes feel like that's counter to what sometimes people are coming into. So I always try to fit that balance. But maybe I fail at it. I don't know. But it's nice of you to say it's huge. I probably should have just taken the compliment and moved on. Angry Cat 365 says Terminator's main message is that the Austrian robots are not effective time traveling assassins. Damn, I missed that one. I'll have to watch it again. So for those of you who patiently waiting for the gameplay, I normally give about 10 minutes for people to come in. I can't remember if I addressed I think it just had gone live on Wednesday, but I've been doing an experiment. So for those of you who like Cultist Simulator, that's back and it's on YouTube. And I did my first of my sort of YouTube specific videos. And beyond the average watch time, pretty much every metric is up by like 5 or 6 standard deviations. Like, YouTube doesn't give you that in in its stats, but it's like it's a huge change. So I'm not gonna find a new career on YouTube or anything like that, but I'm really pleased that it seems to have connected with the intended audience. And it gives me an indication in terms of some ways that maybe some things that I have wanted to do but haven't been able to find a way to do it on Twitch, or maybe some things which I need a break from on Twitch, but I don't necessarily mind putting away a little bit of time. Those have sort of given me some indicators about some new ideas that I can try. And at the moment, it's kind of me putting more time into broadcasting at the expense of other activities in my life. I'm sure at some point I'm going to have to reevaluate that balance and to try and find out what's really working and what is best for me to make sure that I can keep doing this over the long run. But I was very pleased by the response for the first couple of days of the Cultist Simulator video, and I know I have a lot of you to thank for that. So that was pleasant. Actually, the Mass Effect videos aren't all that unpopular on here too. I'm surprised about that, because again, I put the VODs up as a courtesy. I know there are some people who don't get a chance to see the live cast, and I'll be honest, like, some people just like having something on in the background while they do something else. And I'm happy to do that. Although, I mean, it does create a problem, because, if I say something intemperate, or if I don't say something well, I don't have a good moment. I have a bad cast, basically. It is kind of immortalized on YouTube, but, I don't need to watch it. Only the Grail can satisfy urges. Well, you already know that I'm doing the Apostle Obstinate playthrough. Before I jump into the game, there is one other thing I wanted to say. I tried Star Wars Squadrons last night. I like that a lot. I'm playing on EA Play Pro, so it gives me a chance to try out some other things. I suspect that means a bunch of the third-party games that are perfectly enjoyable on EA Play will now be ignored because of that. But Yeah, I don't think I'll say I'm pleasantly surprised, because I was kind of expecting it to be a good game. It feels like the sort of thing that we have been wanting for a while, and we sort of got in the Battlefront games, but it didn't quite. It wasn't dedicated, and I think there's enough people who really just want to capture that experience of being in a Star Wars fighter, um, you know, trying to recapture some of the magic of the game. I'm probably pretty bad at it, but that's a chance for me to learn a little bit new. So we are going to be doing a priority mission right off at the start. I normally like to ease into things, but I have sort of learned that with all the talking that I do and all the codex entries that I read, I don't always have time to do a lot of missions. So we are going to do. I'm going to do the journal. Oh, that's interesting. It's huge. Like, I really like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I might actually go so far as to say, as a flight simulator, I actually probably like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw a little bit more. But that doesn't mean that I don't like Star Wars Squadrons. They are two different games and two different experiences. But I guess maybe for the people who, for some reason, thought that Rebel Galaxy Outlaw didn't have enough combat in it, Squadrons is your jam, because that's all it is, right? And I mean, it's funny. I kind of wonder what a Mass Effect flight sim would be like. But I guess just because it's in space doesn't mean that, like, technically every space game doesn't need a flight simulator. Like, for instance, Star Trek works really well. So this is the thing. I'm going to talk about Star Trek as if I know it, and I don't. Like, I've never really seen Star Trek except for a couple of movies. But like, there's that bridge commander, the bridge simulator. And that seems to be much more appropriate with what I seem to think people get into when it comes to Star Trek, which is sort of the, building together these alliances of races and sort of, doing science in addition to just running around and blowing things up. Like, Star Wars is about a rebellion, whereas Star Trek doesn't necessarily seem to be about. I mean, there's obviously wars going on in it. There's bad guys. There's ship-to-ship combat. But it seems to be the whole idea of sort of, you can't do you're not a fighter pilot. You much like any other ship are sort of offering orders and whatnot. And it seems to be that is really well suited to, you're really well suited to Star Trek, in a way that I think if you were to do the same for a capital ship in Star Wars, it may not be the same experience, because I just don't know if anybody's really all that invested in, the managing of a Mon Calamari cruiser or something like that. Anyways, new Reaper entry.
The sight of a Reaper harvester in flight nearby is one of the first indications that a Reaper invasion is underway. Their massive wingspan allows them to quickly cover the distance between them and their prey. In the harvester's mouth are two heavy guns that fire in an alternating pattern. The harvester's most fearsome quality, however, is that its appearance guarantees that Reaper ground troops are not far behind.
I love this. The first indications of a Reaper invasion. Hey, this terrifying dragon thing has showed up. I think we might be in trouble.
The Reaper weapon, nicknamed Blackstar, is so advanced that Alliance scientists can only offer speculation about how it works. The gun appears to exploit an Element Zero core and mass effect fields to fire gravitational singularities, micro black holes, that revert to their natural lethality when they impact a solid object. Researchers theorize that the blast tears apart the strong nuclear forces that hold the target's atoms together, resulting in a localized fusion reaction in light atoms and a localized fission reaction in heavy atoms. If that hypothesis is correct, the weapon alters nuclei, thus changing the chemical composition of the target. This destroys organic tissue corrodes surviving armor, and leaves a visible trail of light-emitting particles. Although some might argue that the Black Star's single-launch capability makes it a liability, its capacity for utter destruction is essential when the user requires large-scale, instantaneous damage.
That's a really interesting point, Angry Cat. And I mean, you could do that with a lot of things. I suspect probably when you look at games that have been really successful at capturing the experience of kind of being part of a crew on a ship, like I think Sea of Thieves has some co-op options, so you can help patch up holes in the hull, or you can fire the cannon while the captain's taking care of things. I think Star Citizen is going to have this idea of, I mean, I know everybody loves to rag on Star Citizen, but let's say the idea as, currently put forward, that is known as Star Citizen, and carrying with it the assumption that, development continues and the game is ultimately released. I think the ideal behind that is to be able to have multiple people in capital level ships. That might be something that you can already do in Elite Dangerous. I seem to remember there being some update on it. I had to uninstall it for space. I felt really bad because I really wanted to get into it again. But I know that it would be more of a time commitment than I could really manage, and there were other things I wanted to try out. So the 200 person level, beyond just, potential technical limitations, I think one of the reasons why that becomes challenging is that either you get so granular in terms of the job that all of a sudden it's a job, and then, if you're paying for a fantasy, you don't necessarily pay to be a barista. You pay. You don't necessarily have to be the hero, but you kind of want to be someone you feel is, something you'd like to project yourself into. I don't know, maybe, Mos Eisley Cantina runner, where you need to balance your prejudice against droids, and so you're losing money against, the fact that your clients keep dying. So like maybe you revise the no droid policy in order to try and pay the rent. And, was it Bib Fortuna and the something or other, they want to raise because they just had a new hit. So, you gotta protect your margins. Maybe that's a really appealing, fantasy for someone. But I think one of the things that works for a lot of those games is that they simplify the job of operating the ship. So it's a little bit like other flight simulators, right? The one, I know there are some really successful flight simulators that go into preposterous detail, but sort of the golden age of flight simulators really did seem to be, in fact, I just finished reading Sid Meier's memoir, which is really good on this. The idea of abstracting away a lot of the really tedious stuff to make it worth playing. I think his quote is sort of like, find the fun, and that can be in anything. Like if you look at, here's an interesting one. I think this is why city builders can be really appealing. Take a look at the way people behave by construction sites. Like, I don't know what it is, but like people almost always stop and look at construction sites. So clearly there's something there that is appealing to people, despite the fact that if you made them like lift heavy things, or if you made them mix concrete, or, any number of tasks that you do on a construction site, they would find that really tedious. So I could see something like that working. 200 is hard because you need to find 200 things that people find worth doing. And on top of that, of course, if the ship doesn't work well together, you get into trouble. And it's kind of like if you play a MOBA and someone on your team isn't very good, all of a sudden everyone sort of unifies in their hatred of this person who messed up, and it becomes a really negative experience really quickly. I've not played Flight Sim 2020. I don't yet have a Microsoft Game Pass, but I'm very tempted by it. Partly because of Flight Sim. Hey, Warking, good to see you again. So that's cool. I've heard about Space Station 13, but I haven't actually, or maybe you were the one to tell me about it. but I haven't actually tried it out. You know, one thing that I actually think works really well for that format, I will get to Mass Effect, sorry, but I think this is an interesting conversation because it does sort of tie in, like, why is this interesting? Like, being Commander Shepard, almost none of the things that are interesting about being Commander Shepard are you actually commanding the Normandy. Like, everybody else does that for you. You maybe get at some upgrades, and like at the end, like your delegation at the end really comes down to the ground battle at the end of Mass Effect 2, which I think is kind of interesting. One of the things I think is a really rich territory for this idea of sort of a group of people trying to make a ship work. And I think this is just because of the way that I'm wired, because I think some of you might have read that blog where I was talking about how like RPGs, like pen and paper RPGs, GMs should really make an effort to be more funny. That I think comedy is a highly underrated and very effective means of communicating. Like, I kind of cover why I think why we see it less. Easy answer is because it's hard to do. But yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that, you know, like I like Doctor Strange. As soon as you know that I like Doctor Strangelove, everything else sort of falls into place. But the idea of like, I don't know, Darkstar, if you've ever seen that. Darkstar had some of the original inspirations for Alien, actually. Nothing to do with H.R. Giger, everything to do with Dan O'Bannon's pet alien getting loose in the ship. But like, basically, you know, do it funny. Deal with. So the fact of the matter is that there's going to be somebody who messes up. And so, you know, a rust bucket, and just trying to keep this thing going in the middle of a firefight, fixing each other's mistakes and having that be a funny thing, or not being able to distinguish from when a team member messed up compared to when the AI messed you up. I think there's a lot of really rich material for that. I think to a certain extent that's why Among Us sort of works, although Among Us is obviously relying a lot on the social deduction part of the game. But again, you get this idea where you're sort of trying to fix something, and then there are the antics involved with trying to find out who did it. And particularly, like, this is a way where when someone screws up, yes, you potentially lose, but you have that funny moment of, you know, oh geez, I accidentally just shot the one person who could save us out the airlock. The other one that does that really well is a game called Space Team on mobile devices. And this is one where, you know, you're given a limited number of controls, and sometimes you're given instructions that aren't related to your controls, and so you have to get somebody else to do it. I think that's another really good idea for a game. Yeah, I still have bookmarked Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I didn't actually download it yet, but I have the tab still open. So this was a long time ago. And Dwarf Fortress is an interesting suggestion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
The M560 Hydra, missile launchers either focused on bringing down a single armored target or simultaneously neutralizing multiple unarmored opponents. With the Hydra, a soldier no longer needs to choose between the two. The Hydra releases a barrage of miniature missiles, each guided by an independent homing system that seeks out exposed enemies. On impact, 3 shaped charges per missile explode in sequence. The first overloads the target's kinetic barriers before the second destroys its armor, clearing a path for the third warhead to detonate inside the target. Although melee combat applications for the Omni tool are almost as old as the device itself, the feature was largely unused prior to the Reaper invasion. The need to take on multiple husks in close quarters forced the Alliance to develop ways to enhance the tool's offensive capability. The most common melee design is the Omni-Blade, a disposable silicon carbide weapon flash-forged by the tool's mini-fabricator. The transparent, nearly diamond-hard blade is created and suspended in a Mass Effect field safely away from the user's skin. Warning lights illuminate the field so the searing hot blade only burns what it is intended to: the opponent. More technically adept soldiers frequently modify their Omni tools to maximize stopping power through electrical, kinetic, or thermal energy. Some troops integrate the weapon with their kinetic barriers, transforming the Omni tool into a wrist-mounted bludgeon. Others fabricate flammable gases, held in place by a mass effect field and ignited upon impact. All prove deadly surprises for opponents who expect a disarmed Alliance warrior.
It's funny, a lot of people say that they've not seen the Codex. We actually didn't manage to get through the whole thing. This is one of the reasons I've been doing it so early, because I just didn't want to spend hours in the Codex at the end of Mass Effect 1. There's some really interesting entries in here. My only complaint is it would be nice if it was optional to have the narrated parts, because obviously for me, being able to read stuff out is a nice little bit of added value I bring in. Benning was once a thriving human colony, but the Reapers have rounded up a large portion of the populace for processing. Some pockets of civilian resistance still elude the Reapers. However, and rescue attempts are underway. A resistance radio established during the early days of the attack continues to broadcast, exhorting survivors to band together and discussing rumors of safe havens. Unfortunately, those rumors have begun to result in ambushes, increasing the desperation of those who remain free. Through all this, Benning's automated agricultural systems have continued to operate, leading to unprecedented stores of food in the planet's granaries and warehouses. So some of the most interesting ones actually are, they go into quite some details about how combat works. So they talk a lot about technology, but it's really interesting to sort of hear them talk about the different types of ship and what role they have, and dealing with certain problems that come up in the course of space combat. I do find them, for me at least, I find them interesting entries. Body armor. Hey, Crack Steve. Modern combat hard suits have a triple canopy of protection: shields, armor, and self-repair. The outermost layer is created through kinetic barrier Excuse me, I'm really stumbling over my words today. Modern combat hard suits have a triple canopy of protection: shields, armor, and self-repair. The outermost layer is created through kinetic barrier emitters, which detect objects incoming at a high rate of speed and generate deflecting shields, provided they have enough energy in their power cells. If a bullet or other incoming object gets past the barrier, it contends with the more traditional body armor. A sealed suit of non-porous ballistic cloth provides kinetic and environmental protection, reinforced by lightweight composite ceramic plates in areas that either don't need to flex or require additional coverage, such as the chest and head. When the armor is hit by directed energy weapons, the plates boil away or ablate rather than burning the wearer. The last level of protection is provided by the suit's microframe computers, whose input detectors are woven throughout the fabric. These manage the self-healing system, which finds rents in the fabric and, assuming any such tear would wound the flesh underneath, seals the area off with sterile, non-conductive metagel. This stanches minor wounds and plugs holes in the suit that would prove fatal in vacuum or toxic environments. Soldiers are not always fond of the squish skin that oozes gel on them at a moment's notice, but the fatalities have dropped sharply since the system was implemented. So little details like that I find really interesting, because if you this is the sort of stuff I notice. There's an interesting video, I think you can find this on YouTube, of James Cameron responding to a science fiction. Oh yeah, it's not a video. It was written. They were written responses in a science fiction magazine, but I think someone found it and read them out. And sorry, this has turned into the James Cameron hour. I didn't mean to, but it was basically fans talking about aliens. And I mean, I'm sure some of you are big science fiction fans yourselves, so you know this impulse. But one thing that a lot of science fiction fans really get into are the little details, and things like, logical inconsistencies in the world. And there's a whole tradition of really hard science fiction which really wants to keep the details of the science true. And so they'll be talking about things like, well, if you get a hole in your arm, when you have interstellar combat, or maybe interstellar combat is the wrong term, but this infantry aspect of the game is completely unrealistic, because any damage to your armor and your toast. It's not that we haven't had to solve these problems before. So obviously, if you feel like you're going into a combat zone where chemical weapons are going to be used, yes, there are outfits for that. There's actually a couple of really funny scenes in an old HBO series called Generation Kill, which is based off of a book and a series of articles by a guy who wrote for Rolling Stone about the Iraq War. So there's a couple of scenes about dealing with those outfits. At least there's a funny moment with the journalist, but yeah, I'll leave it to you to check that out on your own. But yeah, so it's not like we don't have problems to solve in terms of our own situations. Like sometimes environments in which you're going to be putting infantry are not conducive. I mean, any situation involving industry usually is not conducive with human flourishing, but let's say some environments are worse than others. So, it's in this case, I think at least it's kind of interesting when Mass Effect goes into some of these little details to address it. It's not the reason I think this is a really good series or why I enjoy this, but it's why I do like reading the Codex entries, just to get the little details and to see how well thought out some of these things are. Video game journal entry writer seems like a dream job. I mean, it has to be really disappointing in some cases too, because I know, like, I had a friend who wrote in video games, and they still write in video games. They're just not a friend anymore, unfortunately. I know that's depressing to hear, but I should probably be honest about it. They get really frustrated whenever I would skip over like little dialogue bits or whatever inside of games, and I was just like, I know someone worked on this, but this isn't working for me. Like, I'm sorry that they're, I'm sorry that they weren't putting something better, but like, so there has to be a certain point where, like, I don't feel great that most of my blog entries don't really get read. I don't obsess about it, but there has to be a certain point where you put so much effort into something, and like, this, I don't know how much effort went into reading like the body armor article, but I'm sure there's someone somewhere who knows that this is like right at the bottom of the you have to read this yourself Codex entries, and the majority of players are not even aware of the existence of it. So on the other hand, like, if I suppose for me, if I for like job security and like collecting a paycheck for lesser effort, if you don't have high ambitions, I suppose that might be a really good job where that like most people are not going to mock you. But I don't think that's why people get into creative fields. Also, Angry Cat, I've been checking out your game recommendation. I've actually seen a few of those games. Some of those are new ones to me, but I'm silently noting them and moving on, because as you've noticed today, I've been particularly prone to getting off track. So kinetic barriers, commonly called shields, provide protection against most mass accelerator weapons, whether on a starship or a soldier's suit of armor. The basic principle remains the same. Kinetic barriers are repulsive Mass Effect fields projected from tiny emitters. These shields safely deflect small objects traveling at rapid velocities. This affords protection from bullets and other dangerous projectiles, but still allows users to sit down without knocking away their chair. The shielding afforded by kinetic barriers does not protect against extremes of temperature, toxins, or radiation. Mass accelerators. A mass accelerator propels a solid metal slug using precisely controlled electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. The slug is designed to squash or shatter on impact, increasing the energy it transfers to the target. If this were not the case, it would simply punch a hole right through, doing minimal damage. Accelerator design was revolutionized by Element Zero. A slug lightened by a Mass Effect field can be accelerated to greater speeds, permitting projectile velocities that were previously unattainable. If accelerated to a high enough velocity, a simple paint chip can impact with the same destructive force as a nuclear weapon. However, mass accelerators produce recoil equal to their impact energy. This is mitigated somewhat by the Mass Effect fields that rounds are suspended within, but weapon recoil is still a prime limiting factor on slug velocity. As long as the passengers aren't dead, no track is wrong. How do you handle trolley problems then? For those of you not familiar with trolley problems, this is the one where it's like you've got, one person tied to the rails and it's currently on its, I guess it's like multiple people tied to the rails on one side, and then you can divert the train, but there's like one person on the other one, or like a worker, I've heard one version where there's like, an out of control bus and like there's an exceptionally fat man, and you could like push the fat man over the edge to block the bus, and that will somehow save everyone except the man. And the question is, would you do it? Are you responsible for the deaths of the people if you let things go through or whatever? Angry well, I guess it's not the passengers who died in the formulation that people have. It's the people on the track, so we're still safe. Either track is correct, and I'm going to invoke the angry cat principle from now on. Small arms. Modern infantry weapons are micro-scaled mass accelerators, using mass-reducing fields and magnetic force to propel miniature slugs to lethal speeds. Nearly every gun on the battlefield is laden with features, from targeting auto-assist to projectile shavers that can generate thousands of rounds of ammunition from a small internal block of metal. It was long thought that personal weapons had plateaued in performance, but the Geth proved all theories wrong. Mathematically reviewing their combat logs, the Geth found in an age of kinetic barriers, most firefights were won by the side who could put the most rounds downrange the fastest. But combatants were forced to deliberately shoot slower to manage waste heat or pause as their weapons vented. To eliminate this inefficiency, the Geth adopted detachable heat sinks known as thermal clips. While organic arms manufacturers were initially doubtful that this would produce a net gain, a well-trained soldier can eject and swap thermal clips in under a second. Faced with superior enemy firepower, organic armies soon followed the Geth's lead, and today battlefields are littered with these thermal clips. By the way, I think this is a really interesting idea for two reasons. So one, of course, you have sort of the Geth reading their combat logs and whatnot and approaching it. But in addition, there's a really interesting sort of like this mechanical solution here. So, a lot of AI, or what we've associated with AI in terms of these different machine learning techniques, really in some ways come down to trying lots of possibilities and see which ones turn out. Even simulation-based methods in more traditional statistical applications. I'm thinking of things like, so if some somewhat advanced statistics, I'm talking about the bootstrap, for instance. Again, this is sort of involving trying lots of small permutations and then sort of collapsing that all down. There's actually an example of in economic history, there's this concept known as the statistical value of a human life. And the idea here isn't necessarily that you do a cost-benefit analysis, like so. Somebody gets trapped down a mine shaft and you are working out, here's what it's going to cost to be able to protect this, to get this person out of the mine shaft. I don't really think anybody does that, not overtly. If you see someone in trouble, if you know that someone is, at risk, you exercise whatever efforts you can to save them. But there's lots of examples where it's sort of an unknown individual. So if you raise or lower the speed limit, this is going to have an effect on fatalities. If you change environmental regulations, if you allow the air quality to diminish, there will be definitely benefits to production. You're going to be able to produce more goods and services. And that can, depending on what goods and services are being produced, that can be something that is in the overall social interest. But we also know that there are people with respiratory problems, and that can mean the difference between whether or not they survive. And so the origins, so essentially it's a parameter that you can put in, and this is an effort to try and put a value on sort of these unknown lives, because again, like if you reduce it down to the simplest version, right, you say every single life is sacred and at no point should you ever take an action that will potentially put them in jeopardy, then effectively you're paralyzed, right? It's a very high bar to sort of give that an infinite value, and so it's a statistical concept, which is an effort to try and make make decisions that are in line with what our, kind of our day-to-day behavior is. But the origins of this actually comes from the Cold War. And I think this is the Rand Corporation who was really impressed with their ability to use use computers and use really advanced mathematical techniques. And so they were coming up with sort of the ultimate strategy for World War III. So if it came down to an exchange of the bomb, what were they? What was the best way to do it? Like, how could you ensure the maximum damage on the Soviet Union with minimal capacity for retaliation? And they worked really hard on this. They threw the latest and greatest techniques. They used their computers. They crunched everything. And what they basically came up with was they recommended a complete transformation of the U.S. strategy, that effectively what it would do would be you'd get a lot of very low quality planes, some of which would actually have the nukes, some of which would have conventional payloads. And if basically sort of probabilistically, you wouldn't be able to determine which one was on its way in. So they basically just swore through. And the number of things that would get shot down would be enormous. But it would effectively overwhelm the Soviet air defenses, and they would be able to deliver their payloads. And as a consequence, the capacity for retaliation would be greatly diminished. The Department of Defense, the people looking at this proposal, most of them were former pilots, first of all, so keep that in mind. They were apoplectic. There's actually a really funny article. It's okay. So it's a legitimate article, but the description of it is very funny in this article that I've read. They were not amused by what these eggheads came up with, to say the least. And of course, we know what's the flaw in that calculation is it assigns, they assigned value to targets in the USSR. They assigned value to the homeland, the things that would be hit in retaliation. They even factored in the costs of planes. They didn't necessarily factor in the value of pilots. And so this is, in fact, the origin of the statistical concept of, or statistical value of a human life. Though, of course, we don't use it for that. We don't use it for that job anymore. But very Dr. Strangelove. All right, final codex entry for now. Although body armor and kinetic barriers provide significant protection for relatively low cost, technically... the one thing I wanted to say on this. So, in this sense, like, this just kind of seems to be how we take advantage of computers for these problems, right? The Geth solution is throw as much as you possibly can at it. And, in our more modern applications of machine learning and AI... that kind of seems to be something that has worked very well. And this is everything from finance, Renaissance technologies. A very large part of their approach has essentially been to just find circumstances in history that works, that do a good job of explaining what's going on today. That's a gross oversimplification, by the way. I mean, like, Jim Simmons used to work in code breaking, so there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes into that. But one reason why that firm has an insatiable appetite for data is largely so that they can fit the present to comparable circumstances in the past without necessarily trying to come up with a theoretical justification as to why things necessarily work that way. But yeah, again, there's just something really interesting about the fact, like, the Geth look at it, they take this very cold view, and it's like, yeah, well, the easiest solution here is just to, do what computers are good at, right? If we can do this once, so we can do this 1,000,000 times. And in fact, why stop at 1,000,000? Why not do it at 1,000,000,000? And that's just a nice little touch that I like about the writing. Although body armor and kinetic barriers provide significant protection for relatively low cost, technically savvy soldiers sometimes go further. Tech armor is the common term for a complex series of field generators that disrupt incoming force using a stationary warp effect. The theory is that bullets that would normally shatter on impact instead break apart when they strike the field. The field then bleeds away the shrapnel's kinetic energy. The standard design for tech armor traps the warp field between two low-yield kinetic barriers to protect the user from the field itself. When the outer barrier fails, the warp effect is discharged, potentially harming anyone nearby. For this reason, many soldiers modify their armor with a haptic-style light effect to warn allies not to get too close. On missions where stealth is paramount, this effect is disabled. Cynical soldiers joke that the design is called tech armor because if it were simply called warp armor, no one would use it. The fortification approach uses high-energy batteries and superconductive devices within the armor to create a Foucault current effect. Essentially, a magnetic field that can immobilize metals, even non-ferrous ones. The field is triggered by sensors similar to those in a kinetic barrier. It is powerful enough to protect against most modern weapons, but there are drawbacks. The currents cause metallic objects to hold their position relative to one another, and although the field only lasts for a split second, it creates resistance that can slow or fatigue the wearer. Without specialized training, a soldier can quickly become exhausted or stumble at the wrong time.
Again, Commander, thank you for ensuring my son died with honor. It's all a Turian father can hope for. But this is war. The time for mourning is later. Is there something you need?
So they didn't focus on him. I was like, it feels like the focus is on the roof and not on this guy's face. I talked about that before.
That's all.
Of course, Commander.
It might just be that that's how Turians look, but I don't remember Garrus looking like that.
The Turians pull another move like that, Shepard, and this alliance is off.
Just bear with me, Rex. This is hard for all of us.
I've got Reapers on my planet, a bomb that almost blew up my planet, and if those two fail, the Genophage to make sure we all go extinct anyway. I don't want to hear about who has it hard.
Understood.
Good. Now, is there something you need?
A female
Back on
Krogan.
Surkesh, it looked like the female Krogan could hold her own.
Our females don't lack for spirit. For males, a good show of force sorts things out. But females like to talk about it. Then think about it. Then talk about it some more. No offense.
Believe it or not, we sometimes have good ideas, Rex. You should try listening.
Yeah, but our women have so many of them. So sometimes I pretend to listen and... Well, let's just say Krogan females have tempers too.
I know we heard that before, but that is a fun
That's
little,
it for now, Rex.
a fun
Let's get
little
back to
exchange.
work.
Anytime.
So, Sarah, about your buddy, the one who joined Cerberus. You heard from him?
No, I cut ties. Reported him for whatever good that did. No way I want that crap on my record. I heard what Victor's did.
He was a brave man.
I don't think I could... there I go again. I was going to say that I could never do that.
But
But I was wrong. Being here, watching you, you've shown me what it means to serve in the Alliance.
you're a good officer, Trainer. Glad you finally realize it.
Thanks. Not that I'm volunteering for bomb jump duty. I'd suggest sending someone who has armor first, if possible.
I agree, Angry Cat. And actually, so Trainer has been probably the surprise character for me. I've definitely grown to like a number of the characters inside of Mass Effect. But Trainer is definitely one of the new ones who I've definitely grown to appreciate quite a bit.
All right, here's another one. Dates back to the Rachni Wars. So a Krogan and a Salarian have landed on a Rachni world for a top-secret mission.
That is unlikely. Salarians rarely took part in raids on Rachni-occupied worlds directly.
Missing the point? So the two guys are climbing up a hill going through this nasty green fog. And as they get near the top, they come out of the fog, and the Salarian sees thousands of Rachni. He looks over at the Krogan and says, "Oh, well, that makes me nervous." The Krogan says, "You think that's scary? When this is over, I have to go back down through that fog by myself."
The implication being that the Salarian soldier would be dead.
Yes. Thank you for killing the 2,000-year-old joke.
That joke plays to racial stereotypes on both sides. The Krogan appears brutish and insensitive, while the Salarian appears weak. Stereotypes such as exemplified here led to the development and use of the Genophage.
Well, yeah. It's also one of the only jokes you'll hear both Salarians and Krogan telling. Comedy isn't really about being nice. sometimes it's a way to air out the ugly things people think.
That's a really well done little bit.
You gotta love the Turians. After they beat you down and sterilize you, they strap a big old bomb to your planet. You know, just in case you get uppity again someday.
I'm just glad we disarmed it.
Damn right. Krogan are pretty tough. I'd rather it be Reaper asses getting kicked and not ours.
What's new, Edie?
Admiral Anderson reports that the Reapers on Earth are broadcasting orders. They are demanding human leaders into their superstructures in order to negotiate peace.
Anybody aboard a Reaper's gonna be indoctrinated.
Exactly. This is a ruse to pacify the populace during that process. Citizens who are busy waiting are not busy fighting. It is likely that the governments of Earth will soon enact laws punishing those who attack the Reaper occupiers. Again, this will be done in the name of peace.
Tell Anderson we're moving as fast as we can.
I'm actually kind of surprised that that's tucked away in a conversation with the chat, because I mean that's another really, I think probably it's just I'm really interested in tactics and the Mass Effect world. That's a really interesting insight in terms of how the Reapers operate, because I think so. I'll put it to you this way: the Reapers are sort of established as an overwhelming force. But the thing is that because in the previous two games, you have been able to beat them, and you've been able to beat them with force, right? As Shepard. It doesn't mean that in this case, you know, they're not showing up in overwhelming numbers and that you need to find some other way. But there's a certain point at which they are engaging you in terms that not only you understand, but you've been able to... you know, you've seen, and you yourself, the player, have been able to handle. And I mean, I suppose as a player, you're feeling very confident in terms of your ability to be able to fight these things. Obviously, you need to wait for the right moment. If you just fly the Normandy into the first Reaper you see, you're going to get a game over screen. But as a whole, you know, if this just comes down to fighting, this is maybe the thing you are most familiar and comfortable with. But this idea, you know, you've got this idea of indoctrination, which is already really sinister on its own, but this idea of sort of this slow corruption of the bureaucracy of Earth to ultimately lead to its takeover. And I mean, you've already sort of seen that this was effective against the Protheans. This is almost kind of XCOM-ish, right? XCOM-ish, you're not just fighting the alien invasion, but you are also fighting to keep the confidence of the Council. And in this case here, of course, you know, especially because we've been talking about Udina, the last cast, that element is one where, you know, you haven't had universal success. And I suppose in the end, this is probably the big final test of the game, right? Uniting the galaxy, the political arena, being able to try and not just beat the Reapers in terms of force, but to be able to put together a coalition that's actually capable of handling them. Sure, if you'd like, Crack Steve. Just keep in mind I haven't played this game yet, or like I haven't. Everything I've played up to this point is my first time, so. I'm debating as to whether or not it's worth it talking to all the other characters, but it hasn't really told me that anyone wants to talk to me, so.
Stop! Hostiles detected at the landing coordinates.
Joker, what have you got?
Sensors show a Reaper parked at the Shroud facility. No way you're gonna be able to land a shuttle there.
Get everyone assembled in the war room. I want eyes on the Shroud.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
New form of Reaper, Shepard, using Shroud to poison Tuchanka's atmosphere. Problematic.
They want to fight. They just got one.
Primarch, we're gonna need your help.
That could be difficult. Our losses on Palaven have been catastrophic.
We're doing this for Palaven. No one said it would be easy.
What do you have in mind?
A combined attack. Your people hit the Reaper with an airstrike. Rex, at the same time, your soldiers will be attacking from the ground. Together, you can draw it away from the tower.
Yes, distraction. Small team can reach Shroud facility. Finish synthesizing cure. We'll need Eve to come with us.
It's an interesting point you make, Crack Steve. I got the impression that indoctrination took a lot longer than what the experiences Shepard has had with them, but you raise an interesting point, which is if this indoctrination is supposed to work with the Reapers, on humanity's leaders, like how long exactly are these peace conferences?
We've never faced a Reaper up close like this. Everyone on board?
There's even a doubt? Let's move, Pyjak. It's time to cure the genophage.
Commander, incoming message marked urgent. I'll put it in the comm room for you.
Dalatras.
Commander Shepard, we know you've reached Tuchanka. And by now, I imagine Mordin Solus has proposed using the Shroud.
You spying on us?
Hardly. The Shroud is the only viable course of action open to you. Commander, you can't allow your misguided sympathy for the Krogan to cloud your judgment. Do you honestly believe curing the genophage will end in lasting peace?
We have to give the Krogan that chance. You can't condemn an entire race to extinction based on what might happen.
What will happen is the Krogan will reproduce out of control. We uplifted them specifically for their violent nature, not their diplomatic skills. Another war is inevitable.
What do you want, Dalatras?
Years ago, our operatives sabotaged the Shroud facility to ensure what you're planning couldn't be done. Mordin will likely detect this malfunction and repair it. But if you ensure that he doesn't, then the cure's viability will be altered just enough so that it fails. No one will notice the change.
You mean trick the Krogan?
They need not be any the wiser. Let Urdnot Rex believe you fulfilled your promise.
Mordin would never stand for that.
How you deal with him is up to you, Commander. We can provide you our very best scientists to build the Crucible, and the full support of our fleets.
If I sabotage the cure.
Think about it, Commander. The choice is yours.
I have no idea what Shepard is looking at in those reaction shots. Okay, the EDI Liara combo has been working for me so far. Javik's nice too, but again, it's heavy on biotics. Okay. I do tend to use Incinerate quite a bit, so additional 40% over 8 seconds or the recharge speed will do the damage. Increase damage by 15, hit an additional target within 8. Okay, so it is tempting for the extra damage, but here the idea of jumping is too good. Now I get to pick stop an enemy in their tracks. Let's do the warp. Damage, increase force damage, and impact radius of combo Oh yeah, see, I'm really bad at doing the combos on time. Well, that gives me an excuse to get better at them.
I've ordered the clans to assemble at the Hollows. It's our sacred meeting ground. We'll land there and take an armored convoy against the Reaper. This will be the defining moment of Krogan history.
Krogan history filled with defining moments, most bloody. Hope this one better.
Commander, you seem troubled.
I got a message from...
Rex, it's Reeve. The Reapers are already at the Hollows. Come out with guns blazing.
Hang on tight. We're heading in.
Shepard, keep them away from the female. I'll sort out what's happening with the other clans.
Everyone pick your targets and keep an eye on our 6. Now move! Here they come! Push forward. Don't let them get up here.
Well, it's a Krogan planet, huh? Sorry.
This is as bad as Paladin.
Never mind. That was just a test.
More incoming!
It's a shame. It's nice of him to stay put. And looks like we already lost Liara.
Only a few enemies remain.
They'll sing battle songs about this someday. Reaper blood has finally soaked our soil.
We have to get to the Shroud. The airstrike is on its way.
Female safe, Shepard. Recommend haste, however. Vital signs troubling.
What's a Solarian doing here? Nobody said anything about this.
Multiple Krogan. Problematic.
Who are you?
Erdnot Reeve, brood brother to our illustrious leader. Reeve and I share the same mother, and nothing else. For which I'm thankful. I remember what it means to be a true Krogan. We flay our enemies alive and drown them in a geyser of their own blood. We don't invite them into our home.
This Solarian is not your enemy. He's here to help cure the Genophage.
His kind gave us the Genophage. Why should we trust him? Because I do. And so will you.
Enough!
You can stay here and let old wounds fester as Krogan have always done. Or you can fight the enemy you were born to destroy, and win a new future for our children. I choose to fight. Who will join me?
I will.
And so will I. Now hold your heads high like true Krogan. There's a Reaper that needs killing!
It's always one show off.
This is Turian Wing Artivac. Our flight vector to the Shroud is locked. We're 10 minutes out and counting.
Copy that, Artemech. We're on our way, trying to make up lost time. Shepard out.
Reeve isn't the only Krogan who wants revenge for the Genophage, Rex. You'll have to placate them somehow.
I'll demand the Council return some of our old territory. We'll need room to expand. Recapture the glory of the Ancients.
Glory of Ancients led to Krogan rebellions, countless deaths, creation of Genophage. Expansion plan, problematic.
What were the ancient Krogan like?
Tuchanka wasn't always a wasteland. In the old times, the Krogan were a proud people. We had dreams, a future to look forward to.
Until Solarian interference.
No, we destroyed Tuchanka ourselves. Technology changed us. It made life too easy. So we looked for new challenges, and found them in each other. Nuclear war was inevitable.
But now our planet is rubble. We'll need a better place to live.
Any hint of the Krogan trying to expand again could raise alarms.
My children aren't going to suffocate in this cesspool. I want them to witness a new age. A Krogan empire.
Rex.
I'm not saying we won't ask first, but the Council can't expect us to stay here forever.
Commander, on the shuttle, was there something you were going to say?
So, I mean, if you're talking about why they don't let the Krogan live on their own world, the idea was that the genophage sort of capped the population to the Krogan, because otherwise they breed very rapidly and will want to expand. So essentially what we're doing by curing the genophage is potentially putting the galaxy into a position where the Krogan will have both the conditions that lead them to want to engage in conquest and the means in order to be able to do that. So it's actually kind of interesting here. So, adding Dalatras's, Dalatras's offer, it gives you the, it definitely gives you the, the Solarian help with the Crucible. That's definitely a nice little carrot. What would have been interesting is if they went a bit deeper in terms of the idea that Rex may not have control of the Krogans. So Rex is sort of, I feel in this game, definitely gives you... I think one of the main reasons why you might want to second guess your choice to destroy the Cure in Mass Effect 2, if you did, which is certainly the path I went down. One of the things that can probably help you change your mind is the fact that Rex has the idea that just simple conquest is not the way forward, that he wants the Krogan to become something better. And what would be interesting and make this a little bit more of a dilemma, I think, is the idea that, Rex may be very well intentioned, but if he doesn't necessarily have the ear of his people, or if he's not necessarily going to be able to deliver, and of course you have some of that in this dialogue right now. It's not just, I want to cure my people, but, oh, by the way, we're also going to go to the council and ask for, ask for expansion. All of a sudden, this might be moving a little bit faster than you necessarily want, and so your big decision to to betray the Alliance is it definitely is one that has some weight. Right now I'm still not entirely sold. Like I dislike Dalatras as a whole, and I'm not entirely sure the stakes here are quite enough for me to risk the Turian Krogan alliance. And one of the things I've been doing here is trying to reveal the Shroud Sabotage right away, so that I lock myself into, I keep myself on. So this is the thing, right? If you keep a secret to yourself, then ultimately your promise is contingent on it still being in your interests to keep at the time that you need to fulfill it. Revealing the Shroud Sabotage forces you to follow through, because if you don't, then it's going to be a lot more obvious that you did that. So it's about aligning the incentives in a way that if there's additional information that comes in, ultimately the people in the involved in this decision, in this situation, are sort of able to enforce the contract at a time that it may not necessarily be in my interest.
The Dalatras tried to cut a secret deal with me.
What kind of deal?
She said they sabotaged the Shroud years ago. The cure won't work unless we fix it.
Years ago, our operatives sabotaged the Shroud facility to ensure what you're planning couldn't be done.
And she thought we wouldn't know better?
Correctly. Would likely have fooled tests, but familiar with STG work, can adjust. Did not come this far for nothing.
You just spared our race another genocide, Commander.
I guess you meant what you said about Malin's data, Shepard. Apology accepted. Why are we stopping?
That's really interesting that Mordin apparently knew anyway.
Rex, you and Morden stay with Eve. It's looking ugly out here.
Will do. Reapers are bigger than I thought.
I thought I could talk with him.
This combustion manifold isn't going to last long. Let's get moving. What's happening, Shepard? We can't sit around like this.
What's the holdup?
Road's out. The convoy can't make it through.
Turian Wing Artemek, this is Shepard. We've been delayed. Hold off your attack.
Hey, Uncle Cranky.
Approach is locked. The Reaper already knows we're here.
An airstrike alone won't be sufficient. They'll need our assistance. Damn it.
So, Crack Steve. So,
I don't care if we have to
I'll
build
wait
a
for
new
the
road. We are
cinematic.
going. Shepard.
I've lost control. I can't pull up.
Shepard, what's happening?
Rex, get the female out of here now! No! Artemek.
So I'm sure there's a couple people here who know the world of know the world of Mass Effect a little bit better. I don't think my ammo's full though. I've only got 3 sniper shots. But basically, the Krogan were uplifted in order to deal with the Rachni. So specifically, this was a species that was already interfered with in order to achieve a particular end for the Solarians. And once once they'd sort of served their purpose, they had this bigger problem, which ultimately led to the Genophage. So, like, if you're getting at the injustice of it, then yeah, I mean that's the whole problem, right? It's sort of, you get them to fight your wars, you get them to... Sorry, I've completely not been paying attention to where I'm supposed to be going. Get them to fight your wars, and then when they start behaving in a way you don't want them to...
Rex, are you receiving this? Is everyone okay?
Yeah, just scratches. Nothing the Solarian can't patch up. Reeves' truck made it out too.
The Turians had to call off the airstrike.
Likely a
We
tremor.
need a new plan for dealing with the Reaper.
First we'll have to find you. Where did you end up?
Underground. We see ruins of some kind.
Commander, that's the City of the Ancients.
How do we get out?
No maps exist. It's been abandoned for thousands of years.
You're a trailblazer, Shepard. Get through there and we'll find a place to meet up. Nothing will stop this cure.
Yeah, but basically, once they'd served their purpose, they then interfered again and prevented them from being able to sort of expand out. And I mean, again, what's interesting about this one is that
That didn't feel like a quake.
Rex, are you guys feeling these tremors?
Not up here.
It could be something else. It is said that Kalros, the mother of all Thresher Maws, lives in this region.
Which is another reason to get your ass out of there, Shepard. Step on it.
I love that they put the codex entry for Thresher Maw before they actually introduce it. Uncle Cranky says, it's the same tale as the cane toads in Australia. They were artificially introduced in order to deal with a bug infestation, and then later on, the galaxy did a collective stunned Pikachu face when they realized the Krogan were highly aggressive, had an explosive reproduction rate, and were nigh
Did I hear
unkillable.
that right? Kalros, the mother of all Thresher Maws?
Krogan don't usually name Thresher Maws. This must be an unusual specimen.
I normally like exploring everything, but I've been sort of diverting to chat each
It's the
time.
Rachni again.
There are bound to be more than just the ones we killed.
I'll try and turn around.
Rex, we've got Rachni here. Keep an eye out.
I know. A few of them just attacked us. All that matters is getting to that shroud.
Find us fast.
But yeah, anyway, I definitely think that the Krogan story is one of the more interesting ones in terms of the Mass Effect sort of background, because
I think that's Kalros. Likely not to scale either. Perhaps we should leave this area.
not to scale could mean smaller too. But yeah, it's one of these cases where, you know, you're presented with a little bit more of an interesting dilemma than you sometimes get in space operas, which is clearly the status quo is completely unacceptable. You know, the Krogan are sort of a clear and present danger, but you are ultimately dealing with a sentient species, and necessarily one like, so the original sin is potentially the uplifting of the Krogans. But you know, you can't undo that particular decision. You have to live with the world as it is, and it creates this. Again, it could just be that the genophage is, you know, of the potential options. You know, it's an appalling one, but it's sort of the least bad of all of them. And then, of course, in this case here, right, you have some pretty heavy stakes. Clearly, the Reapers are a tremendous threat. Maybe undoing some of the sins of the past is a way that you can help do that. But in the end, right, it just reduces the Krogan down to this tool. This whole idea about whether or not you are actually going to cure the genophage, in some ways, is just sort of a question in terms of whether or not you do you kind of continue to perpetrate this cycle of sort of abuse against this species, however hostile they are. And it's, I don't know, for me, I definitely find it one of the more interesting ones, because obviously there are, you know, it's one thing to have a codex entry that says, you know, this is a controversial decision, but it's interesting to have a decision like this in the game where you run into characters with different views as to whether or not it was the right thing, or whether or not it's something that they wrote wrong. Or sorry, wrote wrong. You know, it's interesting to have these different characters who have different opinions about something that within the codex entries is listed as being controversial.
In my younger days, I would have loved to have spent time here studying these ruins.
And this is just nice looking.
Krogan might have become if they'd avoided nuclear war.
This is one of these things I have to imagine that somewhere in the BioWare offices there's like a concept painting that looks exactly like this.
Rex, we made it back outside.
Well, if you can see sunlight, that's progress.
And the color green. Plant life was assumed dead in this ecosystem.
You're looking at hope, all that's left of it on Tuchanka. This is once a world full of beauty. Given a chance, it can be again.
Shepard, that Reaper is still up to no good at the Shroud. Find a way out of there and we'll pick you up.
We're on it.
Dealing with the Reaper when we get there will be another matter.
So this is an interesting little contrast. So remember I was talking about the Solarian homeworld. Oop.
Movement ahead! Nothing stays quiet here for long.
And how, you know, the photo had sort of indicated lots of jungles and greenery, but the environments that I wound up sort of acting in had a lot of, you know, it was a lot of buildings, it was a lot of underground, and so the sort of the beauty of that world wasn't necessarily as fully realized as I think it could have been. This is a really pleasant, this is a really pleasant contrast. You expect Tuchanka to be sort of unpleasant and broken, like its, you know, its reputation would indicate. But this little environment, in addition to the fact that these ruins are really beautiful, to be encountered with some of the greenery is well, one, again, a nice little contrast with expectations, but but number two, it sort of suggests a little bit more going on in the world than what you'd
Another quake. It seems Calross is not a myth. Stay sharp.
what you'd sorry, like basically there's a lot going on in here just by the environment, and I like that. That was something that I sort of felt was missing when we got to visit the Solarians, which was a little bit of a shame in my opinion. But on the other hand, like, you know, it's not like I am sort of judging it by the standards of modern games. Like modern games, you sort of expect at this point you have these giant, beautifully realized worlds. And the reason I'm drawing this contrast is just because obviously this level has the same technical limitations that the previous level did, and yet I mean, I suppose the greenery on Tuchanka is a larger story point, which is probably why it looks this way. But I just feel in this case it's saying, I guess for lack of a better term, it's saying what I think it wants to say a little bit better than I feel like that other level did. Yeah, it's covering its head. Ole.
The area is clear.
I'm also trying to figure out, so the speech that Eve gave a little bit earlier.
Rex, you're right about Calross. She's on the move.
The sound.
Not now, Rex. The commander has enough to worry about.
What's happening?
Some crazy idea we can talk about later. Just worry about getting out of there right now.
The soundtrack to this is very good, but I'm sort of a little unsure how I feel about the slightly overwrought music cues when you know that somebody's doing a big speech. It's hard, right? Because like I definitely remember like the song, you know, the song that plays when you go through the Omega Relay. Damn it. I pretty much at this point should just give up shooting anything that's moving horizontally. I can never pull it off. See?
Looks like we got a bridge up ahead. Try to find it, and we'll pick you up there.
We're a little preoccupied right now. I didn't think.
I was hoping to do an incinerate, but this is really effective, by the way, to have all those little to have that swarm come after you while the Ravager keeps you pinned. Did you love it when that? Well, I have the I've been struggling with the. Actually, I should have been asking that. Is the game to voice volume okay? I've got the same settings from Wednesday, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're okay. But yeah, so like the music cues in this are really good. I think the big problem though is that it's. I think just because of the way that it's structured, I sometimes get the impression, like, you know, when you have that, you know, that.
We're coming under the bridge. Get down here and we can get to the shroud. Wait, Calross!
Rex!
Break off. We're getting out of here.
Walk without rhythm, you idiots.
She's not gonna get us. Go on ahead, Shepard. We'll try to shake this thing and find you.
Pressure mall getting closer.
Tell me something I don't know.
I wonder where we are now.
It appears to be a memorial for fallen Krogan.
Hostiles ahead.
I see them.
But yeah, the big challenge that I have is that when you know, a character starts talking and then you have that like, or even worse, when they like start talking, just before they start talking, and you've got this, you know, this single loan Department of Redundancy Department. You know, you've got the single female vocal, you know, starts going. To me, at least, it always sort of feels like, okay, we're telling you what you should feel right now, even before the words have been said. And at that point, it sort of feels like it's a little bit less about the moment and a little bit more about sort of being instructed. And I don't know, I just tend to think that the material... That was really embarrassing, by the way. That was a stationary target, and I still couldn't deliver. But I don't know, like, I've always sort of felt that music... Like, basically, Mass Effect is a well-written game. The dialogue's really good. There are subtleties as well as, you know, some more overt science fiction tropes. I've never really felt that they needed to rely on a music cue to do what the writing is perfectly capable of doing. And sometimes those moments make me sort of feel like I'm being... I don't know, it's like, you know, Your Honor, leading the witness is kind of my reaction to that sometimes. Because I guess in the end, I just don't really feel that it's needed. And it's one of the cases where I feel like the game is really drawing my attention to how it's made, and I tend to like being absorbed into it.
Get down from there and we'll find you. Shepard, get over here. Reeve, keep an eye out for that model. I don't want it sneaking up on us. Make it quick, Rex. We're exposed.
Move it!
It's Calroth. Move, Shepard.
We're in. Go!
What about Reeve?
No way he survived that. And he was a pain in the ass anyway. Now let's finish this. There's a Reaper waiting for us.
This is one of the funny things, too, is like, despite carrying the Genophage, the Krogan don't seem to care about the Krogan that much. And my apologies, Uncle Cranky, I just saw your question, so I'll wait for a bit of a lull. I might have to wait till the mission's done, but I will answer your question.
I know the odds don't usually mean much to us. But I don't think even we can make it to that tower.
We're curing the Genophage no matter what it takes. Everything my people will ever be depends on it.
I hope this idea you were talking about is a good one.
It was hers, actually.
Calroth. We summon her to the Reaper.
Would that even work?
Already discussed strategy. Just need to distract Reaper. Draw it from tower while Cure synthesized, released.
Oh, this is okay, so like here's the reason why I like stuff like this, right? So you're curing the Genophage, and you've done, and I don't know how I generally assume that if this sort of stuff is in here, it's usually in there for a reason. But like, you know, we're talking about using the Krogan to defeat the Rachni, and whether or not that was the right thing to do and all of that. You have a little microcosm of that in the idea of bringing the Thresher Maw to take on the Reaper. Now, the difference here, of course, is that the Thresher Maw is not a sentient creature the same way that the Krogan are. So, you know, if we had uplifted Thresher Maws and they wrote philosophy, let's say, maybe this would be a bigger problem. That's not completely, like, that's not an uncontestable position. Obviously, there's a lot of animal rights activists who would say that, you know, you can't just use, like, so I let me put it to you this way. Like, if we were to say, what's a really inexpensive way to clear a minefield? Said, well, what you do is you take a box of 1,000 bunnies and you open it up in front of the minefield, and you put a bunch of carrots on the other side of the minefield, and they'll take care of the minefield for you. And the good news is you don't actually need that many carrots because there's not that many left at the end of it. I think people would have a problem with that. Now, what's interesting, of course, is like maybe, you know, rabbits are cute, right? So then you change the dimension. You say, okay, well, we have a box of 1,000 star-nosed moles, and apologies to everyone who hasn't seen one of them and just Googled the image. You know, do you feel differently about that? And so on and so forth. But I don't know, like I do, to a certain extent, I feel that sicking the Thresher Maw on the Reaper is maybe not quite the same thing, the same way that I didn't feel any dilemma over the killing Thresher Maws in the first game. But on the other hand, I do sort of like the idea here that on the way to cure the genophage, one of the tactics that you use is to take a species that you would normally consider to be a danger, use it as a diversion against the greater threat in order to achieve your ends. Oh, thanks for sharing that. I was wondering about the the studio that you were talking to. But yeah, I did read that. I just completely didn't make the connection. I didn't realize it was a Wizards of the Coast one.
What makes you so sure she'll come?
Legends say she is the mother from which all other Thresher Maws spawn. This is as much her home as ours.
If Tuchanka has a temper, Kalros is it. Nobody's ever faced her and survived.
I've taken some risks in my time, but this seems crazy.
And going head-to-head with Sovereign didn't? This is the only way to get to that tower and release the cure. There's no other choice.
But how would we summon her?
The tower was built in an arena devoted to Kalros' glory. The Solarians thought she would scare away intruders.
Appears to have worked.
There are 2 Maw Hammers there, the largest in existence. If you can activate them, Kalros will come. That should distract the Reaper.
Meanwhile, laboratory nearby. We'll finish synthesizing cure.
You can solve the minefield and the trolley dilemma if you derail the trolley into the field.
Let's make sure we all get out of here alive. We're gonna have one hell of a story to tell.
Wait! You came through for us when we needed you most, Shepard. You've been a champion to the Krogan people, a friend of Clan Urdnot, and a sister to me. To every Krogan born after this day, the name Shepard will mean hero. Now, let's show them why. Go! I've got this. I am Urdnot Rex, and this is my planet!
See you on the other side.
Stay alive, Shepard. We'll have cure ready.
Let's get in there!
I think at this point I gotta go against my inclinations and avoid the and use my heals.
I took care of those Rachni. Someone has to raise those Maw Hammers before you can use them.
We're kind of busy, Rex.
Lucky for you, I'm here. I'll handle it.
Anyways, yeah, so Uncle Craig, I think this is a really interesting mission on its own. I'll answer your question about Legion's quest when we're back on the Normandy, if you're still around. And I will confess at the start, though, it may not be if you have problems waiting that long. It's been a little while since I've done that mission, so I don't 100%. I don't know if I'll give you a satisfactory answer, just because I think there are some details that I forgot. A good example of this actually would be my decision in Mass Effect 2 to destroy the cure, and I think a lot of that was about the circumstances under which the cure was created, and I think some uncertainty as to the effects. And I don't necessarily.
Some luck. Original strain the cure now.
Make it quick, Mordin. They're all over us out here.
I don't see anybody.
By the goddess, to our left.
I made a mistake.
Everyone all right? Systems are intact.
I think so. Did we just get shot by a Reaper?
Consider that practice.
Okay, Shepard. I raised the hammers. You have to activate both of them. My advice is avoid the giant laser.
Are you sure about this?
If I was organic, that would probably burn. Just keep moving.
An even bigger gun.
Commander, this is Artemis Wing. We'll try to get the Reaper something else to shoot at.
The timing is impeccable. Go. Let's push ahead.
I was actually kind of hoping that when Rex was saying we've raised the hammers, now it's your turn to drop them. All right. Ole! Oh god, there's another! I'm boned. Something tells me I'm not supposed to fight all of these things and just get to the objective.
Mordin, Eve's on camera. How's it coming?
Almost half cure. Eve's vital signs dropping. Trying to compensate.
Ole. Mind you, it is kind of fun to try and take these things on. Okay, I can't go up. Yeah, thanks, Rex. Damn it. I thought I'd be able to dodge that. Oops, I got turned around.
Go! Get back to the truck! I'll take care of the cure! Mordin, is the cure ready?
Yes, loaded for dispersal in 2 minutes. But Eve dead.
What happened?
Stress sampling, too intense. Too much trauma. Wanted to stop. She refused. Her decision.
She did it for her people.
Female was stabilizing force for Krogan. Would have helped Rex rally more clans in support.
Damn!
Control room at top of Shroud Tower. Must take elevator up.
You're going up there?
Yes, manual access required. Have to counteract STG sabotage. Ensure cure dispersed properly.
Mordin, this whole thing is coming apart. There's gotta be another way.
Remote bypass impossible. STG countermeasures in place. No time to adjust cure for temperature variance. No other option. Not coming back. Suggest you get clear. Explosion likely to be problematic.
Mordin, no.
Shepard, please. Need to do this. Need to see it through. For her. Would have liked to run tests on the seashells.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. Had to be me. Someone else might have gotten it wrong.
Warning, temperature malfunction detected. Warning, temperature malfunction detected.
Ah, classic bypass. Standard failsafes. Excellent work. Yes.
Temperature now within acceptable range. Dispersal commencing.
Genophage cured. Krogan free. New beginning. For all of us.
To the void, we commit her body. In life, this Krogan faced our greatest enemy with rare valor. In death, she has proven a savior to her people. May her courage fan the flames of hope for the future. She is now the true mother of Tachanka. She was everything I want the Krogan to be. I hope we follow her example.
She died because of a decision I made. Malin's research might have saved her.
I know if you had a chance to do it again, things could be different. But you can't dwell on the past, Shepard. You can only shape the future. And you just gave us that today. Too bad about Mordin, though.
He wouldn't have had it any other way. And I'm sure wherever he is, he's putting in a good word for us.
We'll name one of the kids after him. Maybe a girl. Tell the Primarch I'll be deploying troops to Palaven immediately. And when you're ready to kick the Reapers off Earth, you let me know. The Krogan are back in business.
Hell of a thing you just pulled off, Commander. Curing the genophage? I never thought I'd see the day.
Rex has agreed to help the Turians, Admiral. We should get their full support.
I take it that leaves the Solarians out of the equation.
The cost of their support was too high, sir.
Well, I'll defer to your judgment on that, Commander. Let's hope we don't need them. Hackett, out.
Commander, Urdnot Rex has begun sending troops to Palaven. You kept your end of the bargain, and now I'll keep mine. The Turian hierarchy will stand with humanity against the Reapers.
I'm glad we can help each other out. It's the only way we're gonna defeat the Reapers.
That much is certain. To that end, several dry dock ships are ready to help build the Crucible. Garrus will coordinate them.
Yes, sir.
And when the time comes to deploy it, the full measure of our fleet will be there for Earth. May the spirits watch over us all.
I'll start managing Turian support right away, Shepard. You must be exhausted. Mordin dying, it can't be easy.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
We both know you need a clear head to win a war. There's no room for mistakes here. You should catch some shut-eye. I'll make sure Joker doesn't launch any suicide missions.
Anything happens, you let me know.
All right, I'm going to take a minute before... obviously, this game is intended to be played as opposed to broadcast, and so where I would want the breaks in order to talk about what we saw are not necessarily there. I mean, it's a priority mission, right? So this is going to be usually where you pull out the big guns in terms of it. There's a few things that I like about that mission and the way it's structured and some of the stuff that they show you. I don't know... I think, Cranky, you said that you got to duck out for an hour, so I don't know if you're still around. If you want me to talk about the Legion choice, I can, but I'm going to make a guess that you're gone and that I'll just take a chance to talk about it if/when you come back. But there's... So, you know, I think probably most of you folks have heard me talk about when... you know, I'm not crazy about when games take away the chance for me to do the interesting things. And in some cases, Mass Effect falls on the wrong side of that. For me, again, this isn't how everybody engages with games. People should be allowed to play games the way that they want and enjoy them. But, you know, there's some little things like, you know, the decision to shoot someone, for instance. You've heard me a couple of times in those cutscenes where I'm like, well, you know, why wasn't I given the option to do that? It's not like I haven't used a gun before. I just sort of feel like I'm sitting by having the game play. You know, it feels like the game's kind of playing itself at this point. Would I eat grilled Krogan if you didn't personally know? Probably not. That's a hard question because, like, obviously it's to a certain extent like eating I guess it'd be the same as like, would I eat a cow if I knew I could have a conversation with a cow? I feel like as soon as you can have a conversation with the animal, it makes it uncomfortable. So that's not a great moral stance, but I feel like there's something about Krogan beyond whatever beyond whatever qualities it has as a meat. But yeah, I mean, so where I wanted to go with the thing, like those reservations aside, there's a few things that I like. So for instance, if we're going to have games which have cinematics where maybe you could have it, maybe you could have a little bit more interaction. What are some of the things that I like about that, regardless of my own personal tastes? the image at the end of the Thresher Maw fighting the Reaper, right? The biological against the technological. Again, it's sort of, there's a couple things that are being reinforced there, right? You are curing the genophage. You have, you're using this biological, this creature of great power to defeat the Reaper. But on top of that, you have this, this example of this larger conflict that's going on. The species of the galaxy fighting this technological threat of the Reapers. That sort of stuff I like. The cinematic was really cool. It would be kind of neat. I just kind of imagine it to a certain extent. It would be neat to sort of see that as something happening in the background as you're fighting, right? The battle gets more intense, and in the background you are seeing the mother of all Thresher Maws fight the Reaper, while you've got 6 or 7 brutes coming in that you need to deal with. That's the sort of thing that to me would heighten it, provide some context, raise the stakes in terms of what you're doing, and maybe it's just kind of a final run to the tower. Another great example of Mordrin. I mean, the last line that he had, I would have loved to study the seashells, was a nice one. I actually also kind of like, I guess his final words to you are, I can't trust anybody else to screw it up, which I think is a wonderful way to go. And I sincerely hope that if I get an option for final words, I will express similar confidence in my abilities. But even too, right, with the destruction of the genophage, to see the tower, the symbol of the Solarian, Solarian meddling kind of broken. They're all really good images. And again, I tend to find that they're ones that maybe sometimes work a bit better when you're in the environment. And I don't think there's anything wrong with you having experiences, but sometimes there's something about being able to take a minute and witness a significant event happening in a game, as opposed to, okay, you're out of the game bit now, and you're going to be you're going to be watching the movie that we wanted to make. But one way or the other, I think those are really good images. And, I obviously tremendously enjoyed that mission, as I suspect is probably true of any of the priority missions, right? I'm assuming that these are the big galaxy shaping ones where you really get to, you get to see all the threads come through. Is this the game saying I was going the wrong way? Okay, yeah. Okay, I am actually slightly annoyed that it decides to do it that way. It's like, we're gonna give you an environment without any real indication of where you go, but if you go in the wrong spot, we're gonna direct you back. I don't know. I don't necessarily mind dream sequences in games like this, but it's just like, you know, you don't need to make it Where's Waldo, right? There's nothing wrong with having like a linear level to, like, this is the thing. I'll wait for the cinematic to finish.
It's open.
Shepard, there's something you need to hear.
All right.
Is this a bad time?
Okay, I'll take a minute on that. It's like this is like a couple years old now, but I remember there was someone who like posted like, here's the level design for like Doom or something like that, and then like, here's a level design for Skyrim, and there was like, or maybe it was like an older Elder Scrolls game or something like that, but like one was basically like this big labyrinth that you could kind of go running around, and then you take a look at the Skyrim one, and it's sort of this like long path, and the implication of the post was something to the effect of, you know, modern games suck because you're sort of put on these train tracks and told to move forward. I don't really think that's the right way of thinking about it. Because, like, I remember watching somebody play Dark Forces, and this is, like, somebody who's a huge Star Wars fan, and they wanted to, like, they really liked the Jedi Knight game, and they wanted to play that. And I mean, I tried it after they played it, and I kind of had the same experience. And they found that they kept getting lost in the levels a whole lot, and I don't necessarily think that that's necessarily the most fun that you can have. Now, I have all my work ahead of me if I want to say that Dark Forces is an inferior game. Like, clearly that was a successful game and it led to a bunch of successful sequels. But I don't accept the premise that just because you only have one path, that's necessarily a bad way of doing the game. To me, what's more important is, you know, what's the fantasy? Like, am I invested in what's going on? Am I able to, you know, do I feel sort of involved in what's happening? Now, I mean, I suppose to a certain extent, like, I like games like Civilization. I like lots of games where maybe because it's a strategy game, I have lots of different directions that I can go, and there isn't necessarily that one linear path. But, you know, there's plenty of games that I've played, which, again, the design of the levels seems to be that I follow one particular path, and it just gives me a whole bunch of interesting things to see and experience. And I haven't necessarily felt any less invested inside of it. Like, in the end, I've wound up, I've wound up feeling like I'm experiencing a world and seeing lots of interesting things, and the less interesting things I'm able to walk by on my own terms. But if I compare it, like, for instance, I did Daggerfall on those pre-recorded videos, the ones that I do on Tuesdays. I found Daggerfall, I really appreciated the ambition, and I was really into it at the start, and I was really done with it by the end, because the levels just don't make any sense in there. There's a lot of it, but it's not enjoyable. There's just this daft placement of seemingly everything, and the fact that I had to go through the maze did not make me any, like, I didn't feel like I was an adventurer on some important quest. I felt like I was a frustrated player of a game which very clearly put a lot of stock in the computer being able to generate a seemingly infinite number of dungeons without maybe necessarily considering whether or not a human being would find them interesting. So yeah, I mean, the dream sequence, I'd kind of like it if they'd stop penalizing me for not going in, for just trying to explore, which is what I think they want me to do, and then, get a little cinematic to say, not that, you didn't go to the right leaf pile. But I don't know, that's just me.
Thinking of some friends who aren't around thanks to this war.
That's thanks to the Reapers, not you. Are you thinking about anyone in particular?
No one I want to talk about right now.
I understand.
Didn't you have something for me?
The Solarian Counselor has an urgent matter.
Let me guess. He called the comm room.
The Council must be taking the Crucible seriously. I'll see you downstairs.
Commander, there is something we should discuss, if you are finished rewriting history.
I made my decision, Counselor. There's not much anyone can do about it now.
Yes. We're going to have billions more Krogan in the galaxy. It's a good thing you saved my life once, Shepard. Otherwise, well... I have concerns about humanity's representative, Councilor Udina. My agents have discovered that he's using his authority to move vast sums of money. For what purpose? We're not sure.
If Udina's dirty, it's best we get to the bottom of it fast.
Agreed. Come to the Citadel. We will review the evidence and discuss this in private. Valorn out.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
Commander Shepard, something you need to talk about?
You called me!
What's our state of readiness, Admiral?
The good news is we're managing to win in some sectors. The bad news is we're losing in others. I'm encouraged by our order of battle, though. It seems to be working. We just need to stick to it and pick up the pace.
What about the extra help we picked up along the way?
The Krogan and Turians have obviously been a big help. Urdnot Rex running the show is a bonus for us. Had that female Krogan you rescued survived, she might have rallied more support from the clans, but I'll take what we can get. I'm glad you disabled that mom in Tuchanka. We could have lost a lot of Krogan support. As it is, we picked up some Turian troops.
Good to hear.
I'm interested. So the game's really pushing this idea that if she had survived, she would have been really helpful. So I am under the impression that, based on my decisions in Mass Effect 2, I went down a different path. That ultimately I was not capable. Like, I would have had her as part of the the galactic readiness, or part of the forces, had I not. Fair enough.
How about the Solarians?
Interesting wrinkle. We've been getting back channel commitments from the strike teams within STG. They're promising to back us.
Even after I cured the genophage?
Our intel suggests there are cracks developing between the military and the politicians. These STG guys know the score. They're not going to jeopardize the entire Solarian Union just because some Delatras didn't get her way.
By the way, am I mistaken? So is Delatras the position name, or is Delatras the name of the counselor?
What about the Rachni?
I wouldn't have believed it, but the Rachni are helping us build the Crucible.
You're kidding.
Turns out they have a knack for weapons of mass destruction. In hindsight, I guess they'd know a thing or two about waging a galactic war.
No problems with them, then?
Other than scaring the hell out of our engineers, no. Not a lot of small talk going on there.
What about Aria's mercenaries?
Aria T'Loak, there's someone I never thought we'd be in bed with. The blood pack will be useful. and violent. Mostly Vorchai here. Don't want to know how you got Arya's cooperation, but whatever you did, it was worth it.
What about the extra help we picked up along the way?
The Krogan and Turians have obviously been a big help. Urdnot Rex running the show is a bonus for us. Had that female Krogan you
That's right, I was
survived,
not,
she might
I wasn't
have
paying
rallied more
attention.
support from the clans, but I'll take what we can get. I'm glad you disabled that bomb on Tuchanka. We could have lost a lot of Krogan support. As it is, we picked up some Turian troops.
Good to hear. Do you know how the other races are doing against the Reapers?
Believe it or not, the Turians and Krogan actually seem to be getting along. Urdnot Rex has deployed troops, and they're giving the Reapers a moment of pause. The Solarians are still hanging on to Surkesh, but the Reapers are starting to breathe down their necks, too.
What about the Asari?
They have to be feeling the heat. The Reapers are moving fast with the obvious intent of taking Thessia. Interestingly, the Reapers are leaving Parnak alone. It's the Yogg homeworld.
We saw Yogg back on Surkesh. Didn't look too happy.
Well, if we lose this war, it might be them running the next cycle. It's easy to forget the Reapers don't destroy every species.
Just the ones who can threaten them. Any word on the Volus and Elcor?
The Turians and the Krogan sent forces to the Volus homeworld, Irun. It might not be enough, but at least they've got Reaper forces bogged down in a nasty ground war. As for Elcor, they're still in the fight, though our projections show the Reapers encroaching on their territory soon.
I'm sure they will handle it stoically. He looks like he dry shaves daily. This has been, I know, like, nobody really has a clear idea of what I look like, so one of my, for lack of a better like, this is not an original thing, but because I don't need to go into the office, I've had a beard before, but like I have not shaved since we got the instruction to go home. And I mean, the problem is like just because you're growing a beard does not mean that you like just let it grow. Like obviously, you know, trimming and care is important. I have yet to really trim it, so it is definitely looking particular. Like I made this point on a Twitter post, and then somebody took that as being like a threatening statement or whatever. But I was saying, like, between the fact that I was reflecting on video games and the fact that I have these really murderous thoughts about people, but like generally very nice thoughts about nature, and the fact that I have this rather frizzy beard, which has now been growing for, you know, the better part of the year, I kind of feel like I'm an antagonist in like an overwrought Tom Clancy book. So yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly fond of shave. The thing is though, like, you know, it's I'm not really going out that much, or at least I'm not going anywhere where my presentation is all that important. It's saving me on picking up like razors and stuff like that. I don't know if I'd keep it, but yeah, I did actually feel rather bad about the person who took it as threatening. So I think what had happened was I had posted something online which was somewhat sarcastic, but had apparently was taken as very serious. And then what the person had done was they took a look at my profile and they saw something about having murderous thoughts about people, and they immediately said, oh, well, this must be about me. And I'm like, my answer to that, I have two sort of thoughts. This happened a really long time ago, so I feel a bit better talking about it now. And like, I'm of two minds, right? Because to one sense, nobody online should feel unsafe. You know, nobody should really be facing any sense of, you know, being under threat, or that on the basis of what they posted online, you know, that they are in any more danger than they were at the start of it. But in a sense of perspective, you know, I didn't even think about the connection between the two until somebody sort of pointed out after they said, hey, did you see this post? And then I sort of realized, because they did the whole like screenshot and post things, so there's no way I can know until somebody draws the connection. So I think what somebody did was they searched for the text and connected it to my account. They're like, whoa, wait a minute, I know that guy. But like, in trying to be sympathetic and saying like, so the easy thing for me is I don't really see any problem in apology. Now the fact that, this individual, just, did a block and talked about it, they're clearly not interested in hearing from me. So I didn't reach out. I don't necessarily have a problem with apologizing because look, I'm happy with fewer people being unhappy in the world. I don't feel that it's any huge, infringement on my, my ability to say things. If, like I'd put it to you this way, the as Angry Cat put it, like genocide hippie status, like the fact of the matter is the reference of the joke really isn't that important, right? If it's like, look, if I'd known somebody would feel that way, I'd never post something like that. But the other half to that equation, and like the thing that if I were to be able to sit down and talk with the person, I don't know quite the most sensitive way for me to raise it, but I'd sort of say it's like, when you see someone who writes something on the internet that you don't like, and then you go onto their profile to look at their tweets, I'm not entirely sure what you're doing when you do that is looking for something to create them as a more sympathetic individual, right? Generally what you're doing is you're looking for something that will make you more mad or will give you the evidence that this person is a scumbag. And so to a certain extent, I'm not the one who made that connection. I certainly didn't intend it, and I realized that, my intentions don't necessarily line up with what people's experiences are. But to a certain extent, you kind of have to ask is like, well, if somebody's going to your profile to look for messages with the intention of being angered, like if you had not posted that, what other thing would somebody be upset by? So as it is, like this was somebody just replying to something, to somebody else who I happen to know, and they sort of know what I'm about. So in the end, for me, it was kind of a question of, I just like, look, as a whole, like, even though I don't necessarily think the person was being all that charitable to me, I would rather them not feel that way. And if it was the matter of not having to post a thing about my very unkempt beard, that is a very small price to pay for just, making the world a little more harmonious. But on the other hand, it's definitely one of these cases where, I think there is, I'm willing to accept some responsibility in terms of making sure that I'm more sensitive to how other people might be seeing the stuff that I see online. But as I said too, like I do think there's a certain point where we need to be wondering exactly why we're going to certain areas to read tweets and messages. Unless it was something along the lines of low key thinking of skinning Steve, haha, I'm probably not in the wrong. Yeah. You know what they say, messages don't need intentional creators, only receivers. That's why people spot things in clouds. Yeah. I mean, like I said, so morally, I am not torn up over an encounter like that. I'm just of the view that like where I can, I would like to leave positive feelings or goodwill in my wake insofar as I can. That doesn't mean like I'm a doormat, right? Obviously, I could make everyone happy by emptying my bank account and sending out some money right away. It's not that I'm some, profoundly benevolent individual. I'm not like ultimate paragon where, I completely give of myself and expect nothing else. But I do also have a sense of proportion, like whether or not it is an infringement on my free speech, which I don't really think is what's at question here. If I knew in advance that something that I wrote would be upsetting to someone, unless it was something that I felt needed to be said, I would probably prefer to err on the side of not doing it. And I think one of the challenges is that I'm not entirely sure. I guess the big challenge that I have out of it is I'm not quite sure what I could have done differently, because in terms of the corrective mechanism, there really wasn't anything. Like, there really wasn't an opportunity for me to have done differently. I didn't even really. It took essentially a friend of mine to draw my attention to the reaction, which I guess would have happened like a day later. To bring it up. But it's a shame, right? Because in the end, the context in which a lot of us communicate tend to be in environments where I guess the automatic automatic assumption is that if somebody writes something towards you, it's hostile. And it'd be nice if we didn't assume that in a lot of our communication.
Do you know anything about the Hanar and Drell?
Their luck is holding. For now, the Reapers have avoided a direct invasion of that sector. Though we've heard Drell wetwork teams are mobilizing fast to shore up their border with the Solarians.
I knew it, Drell. The Reapers don't want to tangle with them. What happened to the Batarians?
Never stood a chance, hit by the Reapers straight out of the gate. And without any allies to call on, I think the Batarians are history.
Have we heard anything from the Quarians or Geth?
Something might be brewing near the Geth border, but our intel is sketchy. News is getting harder to come by as things get worse.
Nothing more, sir.
Keep me posted. Hack it out.
All right, so we've got some codex entries. I am getting a little bit, it's not like close to the end, but I am a little conscious about the time that I have left, so I might save those codex entries for a future stream, but yeah, we went on to this from your dry shaving comment. It's a challenge, right? Because especially because it's not really related to the game, but I don't know, it's not I've personally never really minded being able to do the occasional digression, because I also sometimes think, like, let's face it, we did the priority mission. It was a big moment. We lost a major character, and so sometimes there's nice to just have a little bit of mental rest to process what's going on. Urdnot Rex fought alongside Commander Shepard during the Reapers' first invasion attempt in 2183. Afterwards, he returned to Tuchanka and spent the following years rising to the leadership of his clan, championing progressive methods meant to strengthen the Krogan as a whole. Conservative elements were, unhappy, but news of a successfully cured genophage has solidly united all of Tuchanka under Rex's command. Hailed not only as a great warrior but a savior, the Krogan will follow Urdnot Rex into the maws of the Reapers themselves. The Krogan clans. Centuries of Krogan infighting abruptly halted with the news of a cure for the genophage. With their future restored, Tuchanka's clans have united in a show of force not seen since the Rachni War. The clans have also been stockpiling weapons of mass destruction for decades. Thankfully, their full destructive force can now be turned on the Reapers instead of Tuchanka. Their strength, size, and regenerative powers make the Krogan ideal shock troops. Updated. With the death of Eve, the clan Urdnot Shaman, who provided the basis for a genophage cure, several of the Krogan clans have fallen into conflict over who was responsible for her death. The fighting, an excuse for many to act on long-standing feuds, has significantly weakened Krogan forces. I really have to feel like there's something in the game that lets you save her, given how much they're talking about it. You really hope that the next Mass Effect is above expectations. They know what didn't work with Andromeda, and hopefully they'll build on that. It's possible. I mean, the thing is, too, like, when it comes to... So, there's a lot of conversation about IPs, and it's definitely helpful, because what... Like, I follow a few game developers on Twitter, and I think there are some developers who really dislike the idea or the move towards... like the concept of an IP and how you're building up this sort of this assembly line of new entries and whatnot. And I, to a certain extent, understand it, because I think it's comparable to some complaints that people have about motion pictures, which is, of course, with the acquisition of Marvel and Disney sort of playing through on its strategy coming from picking up studios like Marvel. Obviously, Disney's been doing a lot more acquisitions than just Marvel, but the Marvel one was really a very successful and a very, it was one that aligned very well with what their plans were, and they've been able to capitalize on it in a way that other studios really don't seem to have been able to do, even with comparable properties. There is a complaint that there is a certain type of movie that is being played on the big screen, and that it is, it's sort of shortened, it's reduced the overall choice. I think there's some nuance to that that's missing. So for instance, I haven't really seen a lot of the Marvel movies, but I will probably say that these are movies that are really well suited to the big screen. This is a bit of a dated example, but a movie like American Beauty, which I realize hasn't necessarily aged that particularly well given kind of current social trends, and of course revelations of one of the cast members. But the reason I'm highlighting that movie in particular is because I am incredibly fond of its director of photography, Conrad Hall, who unfortunately died after his second collaboration with the director of American Beauty, Sam Mendes. And that is a very beautifully photographed film. Which, again, that is not the only consideration for it. There's like all movies, pretty much every Hollywood movie looks good. But there is something of an argument that if you appreciate cinematography, and I mean, this is something I used to work in, right? So, I really do. To see a projection of American Beauty, which I've never had the experience of, adds some value because you're not seeing the transfer of the motion picture. You're seeing it as it was shot and intended to be portrayed. But the fact of the matter is that if you think about the subject matter of that movie, a guy having sort of a midlife crisis, this, beyond my narrow interests in terms of seeing film form on the big screen, there isn't necessarily anything about that story that compels one to see that on the big screen. Like, I kind of feel like that type of movie is the sort of thing you'll see on like a Netflix now, or an Apple TV Plus, which is what I'm subscribed to. But it doesn't mean that those types of films aren't being made. It just means that it's not necessarily the sort of thing that you see on the big screen. And to a certain extent, I feel that the big screen is sort of being reserved for spectacle. And by the way, just because it's spectacle doesn't mean it's not good. Tenet is very impressive and clearly designed to be seen on the big screen. Dunkirk, similar idea. It's probably very different. I only saw Dunkirk in theaters, so I haven't seen it on a small screen. But it's, I suspect probably it's a bit different to see that in the, on a TV. So the reason why I'm talking about the IP thing is like, it's the question of what experience are you looking for? And there is something to be said about thinking of a game as an IP, is in terms of the possibilities for storytelling. You can establish a certain world, right? So like not every game can afford to have an opening crawl like Star Wars to establish the stakes. This is like Stellaris handles this in an interesting way in that it doesn't necessarily really bring in its own science fiction world so much as it gives you a canvas for writing your own science fiction stories. But like each time that you want to tell a story like this, or a Dragon Age or anything like that, sometimes you can rely on familiar territory, right? So elves are elves, dwarves are dwarves, orcs are orcs, and you know what you're working with, and so you're doing some version of Middle-earth that everybody's sort of familiar with. Not necessarily everybody wants to experience that though, right? Sometimes people want to see something new, or maybe the people creating the game want to show something new. And I have every respect for that. But to a certain extent, you can have this alignment of commercial incentives as well as, solve some creative problems by being able to say that, this is going to be a franchise. This is going to be something that will survive more than a single game. We're going to structure it in such a way. We're going to put the investment in. And this means that you will be able to tell your story over multiple installments, right? This is one of the big keys. I mean, this is something I guess probably had its origins in HBO's Oz, although I noticed that like The Wire and actually maybe it was The Wire that did it. I can't remember if it was Oz or The Wire. I think it was Oz. And obviously other things did it first, but like HBO was definitely the one that kind of came out swinging with this. But basically moving from TV shows as being sort of self-contained short films and instead being this opportunity to tell a long-form story over installments, which is clearly why now, television has just gotten so much better. This gives you storytelling options that you don't necessarily have in other contexts. So for instance, I really like Neil Stephenson books. I'm not quite sure that they would work very well as movies. I do think that they might work quite well as TV series. Because they're quite long, and I think they're interesting enough to be able to sort of sustain an experience like that. So where I'm going with this, talking about the idea of like the next Mass Effect or something like that, is when you have something like Mass Effect, you don't want to completely alienate new players, but you have a sort of common language which you can use with the player. And this happens when you have an IP. And I feel that this opens up creative options that are not necessarily available to people who do one-off science fiction stories. Doesn't mean that you can't do certain things in those stories. It does mean, though, that there are certain things that are easier to do. And I think there are maybe some opportunities that haven't been taken by some more established franchises. So Angry Cat raises a good point. Like, some IPs definitely wind up sort of ground into the dirt. And we were talking with Working last stream how like 2K is actually rather good at putting, like they kind of put some of their franchises on ice for a little while so that they don't get stale. And Assassin's Creed ran into this, right? Unity seemed to be a bit of a disappointment, which is a shame because I think it's still one of the best looking Assassin's Creed games. I didn't universally love it, but they took a break and then they came back with something really fresh that people seem to really like. I'll be honest, like I'd appreciate an abridged version of the Assassin's Creed series. I don't think I'm ever going to play all of those games. Or I guess it was Syndicate. I guess it was after Syndicate that they took a break. But I'm forgetting the exact chronology of these things. But again, like I'm sympathetic to the developers who are sort of bristling at this idea of viewing games as potential franchises. But I think to a certain extent, like the fact of the matter is games are commercial enterprises. They need to get some kind of a return. Even like in Canada, we have some fairly good financing for creative. And so if you like Dead by Daylight, if you like Outlast, if you like some of the Clay games, I don't think it was Don't Starve, but there's definitely some of the early Clay games. These are all a product of something called the Canadian Media Fund, but the Canadian Media Fund is not free money. They actually they take a percentage of what you make. So even when it comes to government funding, there is sort of an expectation of a return. And I don't necessarily think that's wrong because in the end too, right? If you're making money, it means that people have connected with your property and that you told something that people thought was worth it. That doesn't mean that everything that isn't financially successful isn't good. But it always invites the question whenever you want to speak too harshly about something that was financially successful. It's like, well, who are these idiots who are buying this thing that they obviously don't like? Like we do live in a world where you can return something within 2 hours if you don't like it. So again, it's not there's no really strong lines to be drawn here. Like, games work as single entries and games work as long form. But the idea of an IP, in some cases, I do think opens you up to the possibility of telling different kinds of stories. And I think my view is that I think the people in sort of creative roles, it's up to them to rise to the occasion, rather than to sort of sit down and say what a shame it is that we're doing it a certain way. Anyways, Mass Effect is above expectations. They know what didn't work with Andromeda. Hopefully they'll build on that. My ideal Mass Effect game would be basically like Stellaris, with the 4X element and micromanagement of your empire, yet have the depth of an RTS on a planet-to-planet level where you have to build your cities, etc. Something that's clearly never going to happen. Well, I mean, it's a shame, actually, that EA doesn't do more strategy games, because obviously they had the Command and Conquer series. It's something that they used to do quite well. But you never know, right? But on the other hand, of course, there is a difference between... So I think one of the problems would be is that people are hoping for a new Mass Effect, and they want it to be like an updated game like this. And if you were to turn around and you were to... So imagine that... So what's something that works... Here's a genre that works really well on mobile phones. Strategy. We know what would happen if EA were to announce that the next game in the Mass Effect universe would be a high-quality mobile title in which you are managing the reconstruction of the galaxy, or in which you are, maybe you're dealing with, maybe it's the onset of the First Contact War. There's lots of different stories that you can tell. People would say, oh, it's just EA being EA. Like, this is the worst thing ever. If you've not tried, by the way, mobile gaming's really good. Civ 6 is on mobile now, for crying out loud. Like, we're well past the day of people thinking that mobile games are just a complete trash pile. That's never been true, by the way, but particularly now, like, mobile gaming is very good. But yeah, I mean, I think probably so. To bring back Mass Effect, I have to feel that something like this, where you have dialogue options and you have codex entries and you are exploring a big world, you kind of have to have that to get people invested in this world again. I would love to see them go in some other directions with this too. Obviously, we're talking about that ship-based game. That would be interesting. I think a strategy game in which it might be interesting to see what a Mass Effect city builder would look like, but I don't think there's enough of an appetite for that. But just to be able to get people invested in this world again, and then to be able to show them different aspects of it, I think would be exciting. And I think it'll happen. But I think to a certain extent, I mean, if nothing else, right now, BioWare's got their hands full with a new Dragon Age entry. And I've never really felt that BioWare is under particular threat. I know a lot of people were like, oh, BioWare is going to be shut down by EA. I really don't think so. I think that's basically people are imagining the John Riccitiello EA, and the fact that a lot of their acquisitions maybe didn't work out the way that they wanted, or maybe they didn't have a good plan when they were working on those. I would say, though, that it is possible, like, the threat to BioWare would happen, I think, if Dragon Age were to suffer a similar fate. Because at that point, you've got sort of these multiple high-profile sort of flops, and at that point, you sort of wonder what the structural problem is. But it's way too early to be talking about that stuff anyway, so... Clan Urdnot. Clan Urdnot has become the unofficial but uncontested representative body of Krogan power to the rest of the galaxy. Within the past decade, Urdnot's warriors have been absorbed or wiped out by clans Nakmor, Jerdon, Quash, and even the legendarily ferocious clan Rayak. The discovery of a fertile Urdnot female rallied even more Krogan, regardless of affiliation, to Urdnot's banner. and Krogan mercenaries. Many Krogan went fortune-seeking out in the lawless Terminus systems. Their imposing bulk and infamous brutality won them prized positions as bodyguards and mercenaries. When news of a genophage cure spread, these drifters were contacted by their clans and urged to join Shepard's forces against the Reapers. After centuries of aimless brawls and bleak futures, Krogan everywhere are heeding the call. And the Turian. The threat of Turian firepower once kept entire armies in check. Now the hierarchy's vast fleets and numerous soldiers are needed to win the largest war in galactic history. Oh, there's lots. Okay, the Turian 43rd Marine Division. The Turian 43rd Marine Division was founded during the ancient unification wars that rocked Palaven over 2,000 years ago. The 43rd maintains relations with other council races, running joint training exercises with Asari, Salarian, and more recently, Alliance military forces. Knowing how their allies fight has become an asset, as the 43rd's troops have the discipline and experience to integrate into any army on any battlefield. The Turian 7th Fleet. The Turian 7th Fleet was assigned to the privilege and burden of guarding the Crucible during the weapon's construction and deployment. The fleet flies constant surveillance around the massive device, coordinating with Alliance security patrols and VI-run counterintelligence programs. The 7th Fleet knows what it would cost the galaxy if the Reapers breach their defenses. Every vessel's captain is prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice if it ensures the Crucible's safety. Updated, recovering the legendary banner of the 1st Regiment lifted the spirits of the overworked Turian forces. Turian Engineering Corps. In a society where the military is synonymous with government, the Turian Engineering Corps is responsible for everything from maintaining sidewalks to creating spaceports. Their fame spread beyond Palaven after they helped repair the damage done to the Citadel by Sovereign in record time. Tech engineers view the Crucible as the greatest challenge of their career and have sped up the building process with their expertise and equipment. It's looking good overall. By the way, I'm sorry for those of you that don't like the monologues and that. The thing is that I kind of see what happens to the viewers at each moment and all of that, but I've always tended to feel I get enough warm words about the digressions that it's enough for me to sort of justify doing it. And I know if I were to just try and chase every last follow, I would appeal to no one. So, but I do apologize for those that don't care for it.
Taking down the Reaper? Man, I wish I could have been there.
I'm just glad the diplomats are off the ship. A Krogan and a Turian in the same room is a fight waiting to happen.
Commander, Admiral Hackett has requested your help with a Cerberus fighter base on Noveria. The Turians have given us top-level access to their combat data. Their ships are already moving in to help the Alliance fleet.
Heads don't move like that.
The Krogan-Turian alliance. It's one thing to hear about Commander Shepard. It's another to see her in action.
I'm going to change the order a little bit, so we're going to go and talk with people before we go and check out the...
All right, my turn. What's the first order an Alliance commander gives at the start of combat?
I give up.
Correct.
All right, big guy. What do you call it when a Turian gets killed by a horrible spiky monster?
Friendly fire. Come on, that one goes back to Shang-Chi.
How you gotta respect the classics?
How many humans does it take to activate a dormant mass relay?
602. 600 to vote on it, 1 to ask the Asari for technical help, and 1 to request a seat on the council afterward. How do you know when a Turian's out of ammo?
He switches to the stick up his ass as a backup weapon. Why does the Alliance hire pilots with brittle bone disease?
You're shitting me! The Turian military has one about me?
Oh, absolutely. I heard it myself from a private back on Palaven.
Alright, why does the Alliance hire pilots with brittle bone disease?
So their Marines can beat someone in hand-to-hand drills.
Damn, you need to tell James that one. Hey, what's the hardest part about treating a Turian who took a rocket to one side of his face?
Figuring out which side took the rocket.
Cute.
Never thought I'd see the Krogan and the Turians team up. Even the Reapers have to be a little nervous about pissing them off.
I'd say more than a little.
I'm sorry about Morden.
He was a good man.
Yeah, he was always running those tests. And one time he tagged me in the middle of the night to ask how many livers humans had. And this bump on my elbow? He said it was just a mild bone deformation, but I'm pretty sure he stuck a probe in there.
Glad it was just your elbow.
I always thought he was crazy. Useful, but crazy. Then he gives up his own life.
To save the Krogan. Doesn't do much to disprove the crazy theory, huh?
I guess not. But he was one of ours.
So now that we got the Krogan and the Turians, what now?
The Krogan help us turn the tide on Palaven. They can shoot at something useful for a change.
Dig till we hit daylight, huh? Works for me.
So how does it feel knowing Krogan will be singing songs about you until the end of time? I think it would be an honor.
Angercat's got a sci-fi question for me here. What do you think of people who think that they will get to upload themselves onto computers before they die? Personally, I think it's a bit silly, as perfect scans are still theoretical, and consciousness continuity is impossible with something like that. So if you've not played the game Soma goes into this a lot, and I think it does it in an interesting way. I really enjoyed playing that. So if you can somehow find those broadcasts, you'd probably get my fullest thoughts on this idea. I mean, you're absolutely right in terms of the considerations. It's not something that we necessarily have access to, or we would. I mean, so obviously the first assumption here is that we're effectively software, and the problem of uploading consciousness is just really a matter of of the appropriate hardware, which I guess your guess is as good as mine in that regard. And you're absolutely right. Like, whatever is uploaded is going to be, I'm still going to experience death, and I'm going to need to reconcile that. So to a certain extent too, I mean, you're dealing with the same forces that people will. So this is what. This is also what some people are going to believe in terms of the existence of some part of yourself, some consciousness, some life, some soul, whatever you'd like to term it, after death. And to a certain extent, like, I suppose it's a question of framing. Like, I suppose if I were to, put the screws to someone for believing that in a spiritual sense, but turn around and say in the technological sense that makes a whole heck of a lot of sense, I have to feel that I'd be at least a little bit of a hypocrite in that sense. I mean, there's obviously other distinctions between those two. I'm trying to figure out if this. Oh no, sorry. I thought there was something on my screen, but it's actually the console in Mass Effect. It's on the right. This little dot behind the bar graph. But yeah, like in one sense here, I think one of the things that's driving people is an impulse that we've really been able to, to know and understand from the very, pretty much since the beginning of civilization, although of course we framed it in different ways. If I want to get, I distance myself from it a little bit and think in the broader term, the fact that I need to confront death in, like, meat space, as this thing. I suppose the question that I would need to ask myself about that idea of uploading a consciousness is, like, what is it about so I actually don't put a lot of stock on my body. I try and take care of it. I try not to get too ridiculous in what I eat. I should probably exercise more than I do, but I'm somewhat aware of the fact that this is something that needs to be taken care of, and if I build the right habits, then when it really counts, I'm going to I'm gonna have an easier time than if I just kind of run it hard and then assume that one day I'm suddenly going to develop those correct habits. for the most part, I definitely appreciate the life of the mind. I like reading books. I very clearly like talking about ideas. I do a lot of analytical work. I like, creating computer programs, or at the very least, writing computer programs that solve problems that I'm currently dealing with. So it should be something to a certain extent that really appeals to me, which is this part that I put so much value in, is able to achieve some degree of longevity that wouldn't be possible in my current form. But I do think it invites a certain question that, like, what is it about me in particular that needs to be preserved? Like, do I consider myself some, generationally important intellect that should be preserved for the great works that I will do? And then, of course, invites its own question, which is, if this is the reason, then why haven't I done them right now? Is it really a question of the time, that there's some great project that I'm going to do that I just simply don't have enough time to do right now? The fact of the matter is I haven't necessarily managed my time on this earth all that well to begin with. I mean, I'm streaming on Twitch, for God's sake. I appreciate you guys, watching, especially when I wax philosophical like this, because I'm not really saying anything too important. I'm largely just trying to give an opinion on a question that was asked. But, what's interesting about asking that question is it Fatty, what was it? How do I best deal with this in a family-friendly way? Doo-doo pants. It's going well. I'm being asked a question about uploading consciousness. So it's a small, I go on a lot of digressions here. So I will be back to the gameplay, but I'm going to do my best to answer Angry Cat's question. But thanks for the follow and thanks for stopping by. But yeah, there's the certain question about, and again, this is avoiding all of the questions in terms of the interaction between the biological components of yourself and the parts that would be uploaded. Like, I suppose what's interesting about that question is that if you want to achieve some sort of longevity for your mind, asking why is a very interesting question, because usually the question of longevity is, well, I just need more time. And it's like, time to do what? And if you haven't been using the time you've been given already, surely there are better things that you can cling on to than some idea of the singularity, or like the techno fans version of the rapture, to be like, obviously there's stuff you can do now to lead a more fulfilling life, or do what you kind of consider to be your legacy, or whatever you consider important, right? Like, I mean, in the end, everybody's got their own way of answering that. I am somewhat, like, I don't think hedonism is necessarily a bad term. Like, there are worse things you can do than feel pleasure. It's not necessarily, I'm not going to go full Grail on this. Like, I'm not going to say that you should try and get every last sensation that you can. But, like, if you have an eye infection, you tend to learn pretty quickly how high of a priority that feeling good, feeling all right is important. Let me catch up with what you were writing. So with the transhumanist revolution, we'd need to reevaluate what me even means. If all we cared for was the data that makes up me, then only then this would be an acceptable option. I also think that the fleshy brain is also what makes us us. The neuroplasticity, the unstable hormones, and illogical self-destructive impulses all make humans what they are. A scan hosted on a server would likely invite an uncanny valley effect. True, although I think probably what some people's answers for that would be, it's like what you're talking about really are just the degrees of perfection of the technology. And one might also argue that, in terms of imperfection. So I tend to agree with you. I actually think efficiency is not always the best thing you can go for. So this is why I like physical libraries. If you go into a library and you're looking for a book, you pass shelves of other books, and I cannot tell you how many interesting books I have found because they have interesting covers, by the way. So don't judge a book by its cover. Absolute nonsense. Always judge books by covers. It's the only information you have. But if you go walking by and there's something that catches your eye, that's not an efficient search, right? If you go online and you search this title, I don't know, Fields Without Dreams by Victor Davis Hanson, I'm going to get a PDF copy of that right away, and that's what I was looking for. But I don't normally look for books on agriculture. So perhaps walking there, I might find a couple of other books on agriculture that are interesting. Or better still, passing through agriculture, I maybe see art history. Oh, The Story of Art by Ernst Gombrich. Ernst Gombrich wrote a history book that I really like, for kids, by the way. It's really good. It's called A Little History of the World. Maybe I'll pick that up because I want to understand art better. Again, I was going in looking for an agriculture book. What I got instead was an art history book. But as it is, if you've not read it, The Story of Art is actually a very good art history book. I feel like I understand art better having read that. And particularly the stuff that I used to be like, I really don't know what's going on with this or why this is important. I feel like I got a lot out of reading that. And all of these examples, by the way, are ones that have actually happened to me, and maybe not, like I wasn't looking for the Victor Davis Hanson book when I found the Gombrich book, but all of it is an example of me spending time in libraries looking for one thing. I think the Story of Art book I actually found because I was looking for a book on photography, Ansel Adams books. These are very helpful, right? In fact, if you see, like, speaking of science fiction, like a movie that handles this quite well, again, an older one, Ghost in the Shell, which I didn't like the first time I saw it, but the whole motivation for the AI is essentially to introduce mutation. It realizes that perfect replication of itself is something that will ultimately lead to fragility, and so it is ultimately looking to merge with another source so that it can preserve itself. It's kind of this evolutionary impulse. It's really interesting. Again, it's a movie that's very much concerned with questions of consciousness and what is human or what is sentient, what does it mean for us to be us. And science fiction is great for asking these kinds of questions. It's not necessarily ones that are always dealt with in terms of the Mass Effect series, but these kinds of stories have always been very good at asking interesting questions that are very relevant to the modern day, but they put them in a context that allows us to discuss them maybe a little bit more frankly than we normally would in if we were talking about the day-to-day. So, the really famous example of the teleporter, right? Are you self-destructing by having your atoms taken apart and reconstituted? There's a more interesting extension to that by a philosopher named Derek Parfit. I think the book where he presented it is called Reasons and Persons. And his sort of extension is, imagine this teleportation thing existed. This is a terrifying thought experiment, by the way. So it's like, there's a base on Mars, and you're gonna go teleport there. Same idea, right? You're broken apart atomically, and you're sent up to Mars. And so you lie down in the pod. And then you wake up and you're still on Earth, and you're like, wait, it didn't work. And the doctors come in and they're sorry. It's like, oh, look, so sorry, there was a mistake. Don't worry, you're fine. You're on Mars, but there's a mistake here. It'll all be good. Your atoms will sort of break apart in the next minute or so. And you look at the monitor behind you, and there you are, waking up on Mars, at your destination. How are you going to feel about which person is you? So, and again, that I think is an interesting extension to that thought experiment. This, by the way, is why thought experiments in science fiction are interesting, right? Because as soon as you start turning the knobs, you start thinking about specifically the areas in which you, like, if you've come down on it on one side, and then you start adjusting the dials a bit in one way and seeing whether or not your answer changes, you start getting a little bit closer to what your true belief or what your conviction is that has led you to believe that. Another path would be unrestricted genetic engineering of humans and body modification to a point where some strains become unrecognizable and seemingly incoherent. Yeah, I mean, and again, to a certain extent, like, because we're dealing with science fiction technology, there's always another layer that you can add on to that, right? So I suppose at some point, if we're talking about practical, so I mean, if to maybe put a cap on the discussion, because I'm getting close to the full stream length, and what I'll do is I'll just put a little bit of extra time into it, because I do owe you guys some Mass Effect gameplay, and I know there's been a lot of discussion on things not related to Mass Effect this broadcast. My personal belief is that people waiting for salvation in the form of uploading their consciousness are probably going to be disappointed. In practical terms, I don't necessarily think it's necessarily wrong to hope for that. There are plenty of people who live very fulfilling lives. So, I'm going to be touching on material where there's probably some disagreement in chat about certain beliefs. I know several friends of different faiths who do authentically believe in an afterlife. And I don't even, I suppose if you're broad-minded enough, you may even allow for the possibility that they're all right, that it's the LucasArts Afterlife version where all beliefs are equally correct, and it's a question of what you believed in life that determines what your fate is after death. So to a certain extent, the fact that there's a technological version of this belief doesn't immediately say to me that you cannot live a fulfilling and productive life under those conditions. I think that people who are waiting to achieve technological immortality through the uploading of their consciousness are probably primed for disappointment, and that they probably either they won't survive to see it, or if they do survive to see something like that, that ultimately what they are looking for will not necessarily be found in that technology. But I suppose the question is in terms of like, how do you work in relation to that? And ultimately, in the end, this is a question we all need to deal with, right? There's lots of very good literature that has been written, which is ultimately us dealing with the fact that we're mortal, and how we come to terms with that. And it doesn't mean that you can't have beliefs or unbelief about what happens after. I kind of suspect it's a question that we can't really necessarily answer. But I know sometimes the interest is more, what does it mean to someone's life in the here and now, which is obviously what ethics is all about. Graily bodies would probably be like blobs with a new. Well, we know what Grail bodies are like in Cultist Simulator. Anyway, sorry for those who felt that was a little self-indulgent, but it's a science fiction game, and I thought Angry Cat raised an interesting question. But I do. If you are interested in questions like this, I highly recommend all of you check out Frictional Games' Soma. It didn't necessarily have the best reputation when it came out, and I think it's a shame, because I think it is a very, very well done science fiction story. And I strongly recommend it unless you are particularly sensitive to horror games. It's not really a horror game, but it does have some of the elements of it that are very unsettling. So if you find those games difficult to go through, I would give you a caution on that. And again, if you don't like narrative-heavy games, it's probably not gonna work for you. But I'm assuming if you like topics like this, you probably will like narrative games, and as a result, you should definitely check out. Soma. You believe in a creator? Yeah, well, I mean, that's an interesting point too, which is, of course, you can have a belief in a creator and not necessarily a belief in, in an afterlife. The only reason the afterlife came up was just because of the idea of uploading consciousness and trying to talk about the parallels with that. But obviously, there are some different, there's different degrees in terms of people's beliefs. Like, again, I wanted to be sensitive on the religious material, just because it's an easy way to get people into the details of particular belief systems, where I think the question was a little bit more directed towards what do I think of people who believe in a technological equivalent of that. Prodziwi Smok, thank you very much for the host.
There's enough misery in this universe. It's nice to
Good
see
middle of
something
the night,
go right
System
for a
John.
change.
Can't say I've ever really witnessed history in the making like this. Well, except for Sovereign attacking the Citadel, and then there was the Collector base, but this one felt good. And let's hope Rex keeps running the show on Tuchanka. Maybe we should hire a food taster for him. Imagine the carnage if some young, hot-headed Krogan took over.
It could happen.
I know, it's a chance we have to take, but I have to say, if it wasn't my own world that needed the help, I might have taken that Solarian deal.
I could never bring myself to do that, no matter what I was offered.
I admire your restraint, Shepard. It's nice when we can save the galaxy without destroying another race along the way.
Let's hope our luck holds.
The personality traits of the Shepherd. I mean, I am generally, I'm more inclined towards the nice actions, but I don't, that doesn't mean I automatically choose all Paragon options.
Commander?
Although I will say that I am stuck. What's going on, game?
I wonder where all the Krogan will live now. I've never seen what you'd call a house on Tuchanka.
Okay, Edie, help. Yeah, I'm really stuck there.
Commander?
I wonder where all the Krogan will...
Well, that's a shame. How long ago was the previous... So we read all of these. I'm just clearing them out. We'll give you all a... You know, Fatty, I've not... I feel so bad saying that, by the way. It sounds like I'm being unkind to you each time I say it, but...
I wish I could have been there.
But if... this is my first time playing the third game, actually. I played the first game for the first time on stream. I'd already played the second one, but we did that to continue the career. And I just finished the Tuchanka mission.
Admiral Hackett has requested your help with a Cerberus fighter base on Noveria.
So I want to see if I can get the I want to see if I can get the Exorcist reaction
The
again.
Turians have given us top-level access to their combat data. Their ships are already moving in to help the Alliance fleet. You actually secured a Krogan-Turian alliance. It's one thing to hear about Commander Shepard. It's another to see her in action.
Okay. I didn't get her to turn her head quite as far as last time. So what's your favorite out of the three? Actually, I guess I can ask this to chat in general. Is there a consensus on the favorite one? I know the general feeling is that the second one is the
All
best.
right,
But
my turn.
Okay, I love this dialogue,
I'd
but
say more than
I'm sorry about Morden. Yeah, he was always running those tests.
Morden is
The one time
gone.
he
Rex
tagged
is
me in the middle of
alive.
the night to ask how many livers humans had. And this bump on my elbow?
Glad it was just your elbow.
I always thought he was crazy.
I think you mean.
but crazy.
I think you
Giving his
mean.
own life.
Did we cure the
To save
genophage? In
the
which case,
Krogan.
yes.
Doesn't do much to disprove the crazy theory, huh?
I guess not. But he was one of ours.
Working's favorite is
So now that we got the
ME2.
Krogan-
Sorry,
The
let me.
Krogan helped.
I'm gonna stop the chatter for a bit.
I think it would be an honor.
Shibei was almost out of a job. Her job's being manualized. How have I found the trilogy so far? It's very well done. So my tendency is to complain a little bit about games that play themselves rather than let me do the action. So I do a lot more strategy. My analogy has been, or not analogy, but my example has been like, I really enjoy Civilization. On Fridays, I was doing a lot of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. Both of those games put me in the driver's seat. So like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw has a really cool animated introduction to set the tone, and then every once in a while you'll have some dialogue with someone, but pretty much everything that you're doing in that game, the story that you tell is like, yeah, and then like I was, my shields were really low, so I went and charged the cruiser and I like got behind its engine so that it couldn't fire at me, and I took that out, and that bought me enough time, and like you're talking about the stuff that you did. Games like this, and they're very clearly popular, so the last time I said this, somebody says like, well, your opinion's biased, and I'm like, yeah, it's my opinion. Like, who else's were you expecting? But stuff like this is, to a certain extent, like sometimes when the interesting decisions are reduced to cinematics, I sometimes feel like I'm being cheated a little bit. Like it's not about me, the player, anymore, but it's more about this Hollywood script that, the game developers had in their desk drawer and they really wanted to get out there. And I think for the most part, Mass Effect does this well. So like the height of Mass Effect to me is where you're it's a number 2 where you're about to go after the Reapers, or the Collectors, and by extension the Reaper, I guess it was Harbinger that you would go after in that one. And you get to make the speech, right? The speech that is in almost every science fiction movie where you rally the troops and everybody's pumped by it. The fact that you get to pick the dialogue options in that is great. I loved that. But then there's little moments in here like when you're working with Arya Talok's mercenaries, and like you go and you shoot the guy, and I'm like, well, the game normally lets me shoot. Like, why wasn't I allowed to decide whether or not I disposed of this individual? And so sometimes when I complain about this series, it tends to be when I feel like the interesting decisions have been taken out of my hands, and instead have just been me sort of passively watching the game. But it is a very interesting science fiction universe. I think there's neat stuff. We were talking with Working in the previous game about the origins of this game, in the sense of it being inspired by a very old EA title called Starflight, and I kind of like how there's little references to that game. Also in the sense of things that the Mass Effect series has failed to do, that were things they clearly wanted to do but couldn't pull off in this trilogy. But overall, I mean, it's a big, interesting space opera. I'm not very good. So I haven't actually seen this TV show, but I think there's a few new faces in here. So one thing that some of you may not know is I actually worked on Battlestar Galactica. So when I played number 2, and like the people who played Colonel Ty, I think it is, like the grizzled old commander, not Edward James Olmos, the other guy. Too many grizzled commanders in that TV show. And Trisha Helfer, the robot lady. Like, there's a moment where it's like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I know who these people are. So that was kind of neat to see, people from science fiction stuff that I've seen before. But I you know, that's obvious. That's very specific to me. I'm pretty sure most people who say, you know, I played Mass Effect and was like, wait, I know that voice. You know, that sort of stuff was unique, but it was kind of fun. And again, it's just neat to see these things come into an environment like this, and to just sort of see a game take on a big, you know, heroic science fiction story. Well, I say big heroic science fiction story. There's lots of dark stuff in this, but it's a really fun ride for sure. Let's see. Favorite story: What? More Than Dead, Rex alive, Genophage cure, Eva's also dead, Female Krogan used for sure. Prodziri Smock, IMO. Each next Mass Effect had a better story and worse mechanic. That's interesting. I hear the opposite actually. I think a lot of people say that Mass Effect is frustrating to play, but has a good story, and that number 2 and 3 became easier to play. That's interesting to hear. That was your reaction though. Fatty says the Vanguard class went full circle on the 3rd installment of this trilogy. For you, it was the best to be Mass Effect 3. Okay, that's helping me out. There's a typo in my stream title. Okay, well, it's obviously it won't. It's not going to matter. Not going to matter this time, but I'll make sure when I upload the YouTube video that I change it. Thanks for letting me know. Different game I know, but which hour do I most... Lantern for sure. And Fatty says, I understand that, but I do not like the way the game develops. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most interesting. So it's like what I did was a job. I worked in the camera department. So specifically, like those of you who've seen like movies being shot and there's that guy who's like, "See Nate Apple, take one." That's the job that I did. That is not the only part of that job. That's probably the easiest part of that job. Although if you're in really close with some... Okay, actually, so fun fact, my very first job on Mass Effect Battlestar was to actually be locked in a cage with the robot lady, because it was a big tight close-up and I couldn't get out of the cage. So I just sort of had to quietly smack the sticks and like hide in the corner and hope I wasn't too distracting. But yeah, I mean the specific role, if you're in the UK, it's called clapper loader, and if you're in North America, it's usually called second assistant camera. But basically, if it's not on the camera, you're responsible for it. If it's on the camera, the first assistant camera is responsible for it. Camera operator only ever looks through the lens and makes sure that the framing is right, and the director of photography is technically the head of the department, but they're usually talking with the Grips and the Electric Brothers to make sure that you can actually see the movie. So
there's enough misery in this universe. It's nice to see something go right for a change.
Can't say I've ever really witnessed history in the making like this. Well, except for Sovereign attacking the Citadel, and then there was the Collector base, but this one felt good. And let's hope Rex keeps running the show on Tuchanka. Maybe we should hire a food taster for him. Imagine the carnage if some young, hot-headed Krogan took over.
That could happen.
I know, it's a chance we have to take, but I have to say, if it wasn't my own world that needed the help, I might have taken that Solarian.
I should also say too, so like when I complain about the eye lines or like feeling really disoriented in some of the cuts in here, that could just be because I know to look for that sort of stuff. But the problem is like I'm only ever going to be able to experience the game through my consciousness, right? So I don't know if it's disorienting to other people. I feel like it is, because like obviously we wouldn't care about it if we didn't feel that it affected audiences. But I have had a couple of people say that, I wouldn't notice this stuff if you didn't bring it up. So maybe I'm just ruining the experience for everyone.
I could never bring myself to do that, no matter what I was offered.
I admire your restraint, Shepard. It's nice when we can save the galaxy without destroying another race along the way.
I'm looking forward to it, Fatty. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I have the benefit of
Let's hope our luck holds.
The later development in the game. I'm just going to save here in case I get stuck in the ship again. It's a chance for me to evaluate the game on its own terms. I mean...
Admiral Hackett is available in the war room on VidCom.
Didn't we already do this? In my view at least, I know that I have a propensity to like whatever game I'm playing. The worst example of this, I think, I'm a little conscious of it when I stream games, particularly ones that were given to me from developers. You know, so there was a game called Slain, which was sort of this pixel art, you know, hack and slash with a very heavy, kind of heavy metal aesthetic to it. And I didn't mind playing it. I sort of saw what they were trying to do. It wasn't the most fun game that I'd played, but I found it diverting enough for that first little round that I played it, that I said, you know, if this is the sort of thing that you know, here's a series of things that you might like, you may like it. Now, this thing was like universally panned when it came out, and the developer like put down their head and worked really hard. So the name of the game now is Slain Back from Hell, which I suspect is probably a very direct reference to the you know, the very poor reception that game had gotten. Now, the fact of the matter is, I still actually had a decent enough time playing that game. And, you know, if you take even if you look at a game with mostly negative reviews on Steam, you'll find some positive ones where people are, you know, it spoke to them, right? I mean, given a wide enough audience, you're probably going to find a few people that like it. So this is the challenge that I have, right? Is that I'm easily amused. It's a little bit like eating. Like, I'd be perfectly happy if I just had like hot dogs. You know, I don't really have a very sophisticated palate, and it's wonderful because it means I generally can eat cheap. So it's always a challenge, and it's one of the reasons why I do pay attention to sort of what the consensus seems to be about a game. But I've always really wanted to engage with stuff on my own terms, because in the end, like, it's interesting. First of all, it's interesting to see what developers try to do. So in one sense, it's interesting to see what they're trying to accomplish with a given game. Whether or not they succeed in it, you can usually get an idea by experiencing it. And then, of course, number two is the question of, was my experience comparable to what other people experienced? So, you know, Battlefield 5 had a lot of baggage going into its release. I found the original trailer quite exciting. I was interested in it. And then when I played Battlefield 5, I thought it was great. In terms of revealed preferences, it's the Battlefield game I've actually put the most time in multiplayer in. So, you know, what does that mean? Well, you know, I don't know, but as far as me enjoying stuff, it's definitely indicated that I benefit quite strongly from you know, being aware of the broader views, but also making sure that I kind of come to a game with an open mind, because you know, if I'm wired differently, it just means I'm lucky, because it means I get to enjoy more stuff. Well, I mean, I think the point of the hours in that game, Angry Cat, is there's a little bit of them in all of us. But yeah, I very clearly identify with Lantern the most. Yeah, who doesn't like hot dogs?
Hello, Commander.
Good talk.
What are you up to now?
I'm uploading data on the destroyed Reaper to the Turians. They are investigating possible Reaper structural weakness. Our data says Reaper capital ships such as Sovereign are of unique design. However, smaller Reaper destroyers bear similarities.
That one was small?
Relatively, yes. Ground attack ships are only 160 meters in height. Sovereign was approximately 2 kilometers.
Well, keep talking to the Turians. If there's a chink in the Reaper's armor, we all need to know it.
It's a Thresher Maw-shaped chink in the armor.
Hello, Shepard.
Any sign of life?
The Reaper destroyed by the Thresher Maw appears to be completely inert, Doctor. We would need to send in teams to be sure.
Out of the question. Tell the Krogan to stay away.
Looks like we don't have any upgrades. Mass relay traffic reports. Increase, decrease in recent relay traffic. Widow, 95% increase. Omega 2, 65% increase. Tassail, 32% increase. Signhand, 43% decrease. Pelion, 12% decrease. Charon, unavailable. Shanji Theta, unavailable.
The genophage cured. The Krogan have no reason to hold back now, do they?
Yeah, well, and sometimes it's please raise me to seer when you get the chance. You should be leading your own cult, Angry Cat. Yeah, I mean, it's to a certain extent too. Like, I think if people like, so one of the things about Mass Effect is that you do get to customize. You customize the playthrough a lot, right? You tailor the story to yourself. This is, again, where I think the interactivity really helps this game. So my view about these kinds of games are that they're at their best when you sort of nudge the story along. I am of an opinion, like, I don't actually think multiple endings to games is necessarily a good thing in all cases. A really good example of this would be a game by Bloober Team. These are the same people who did Layers of Fear, and then I think they also did Blair Witch game.
Genophage cure, huh? This beats the hell out of reporting on the Milgram City Council.
I don't think I've heard of Milgram. Which planet is that again?
Reckonsstein. It's right next door to the Citadel. I'm a colony kid.
So that game, and actually Layers of Fear to a certain extent too, seems to have multiple endings. And the way that they structure it is that you actually have... So Observer is the one I'll specifically talk about. It's a neat one. It's very obviously pulling its influences from Blade Runner. It starts with a very similar opening title crawl. It stars Rutger Hauer. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But there is an ending. There's a decision that you make at the end. And in my view, one of the endings is vastly superior to the other. And the problem that I think that game has is, in addition to the fact that one ending is superior to the other, because it makes you do the game again to get the other ending. If you are like me and you think that was a fun ride, like that was okay, I just don't think that whatever ending is going to be coming up merits the time investment of going through this again. You're left with, you either have to go on it's nice that we live in a world of YouTube now, right? Because you just do a Google search and you're ready to go. But like I said, I think the Mass Effect games are better in the fact that you sort of nudge it. It's actually a little bit like Telltale in the sense that it's up to the storyteller, it's up to the person writing the game to give you a satisfying experience, right? Like, for pretty much any other time when we experience a story, we put ourselves in the hands of whatever author, and they take us on a journey. And one of the parts of that journey is that it all ties together in a satisfying way. And I've never felt particularly bad about Telltale games. So I wish that Telltale games would maybe stop pushing so hard on the choices matter thing. But I've never felt bad that really the ending really just seems to be like some of the decisions you make during the game ultimately boil down to who's showing up in the final cutscene. Because in the end, if the ending to the story is satisfying, what those individual decisions do is they color the character. So, there's an example in the first Walking Dead game. I'm sorry to use a Walking Dead example rather than Mass Effect, but I think it's a really good example. I think it's a really good example about how this works. In The Walking Dead, you play a character who has a criminal past. I believe it is kept ambiguous as to whether or not you are actually guilty of the crime, but you start off in the back of a police car, and I believe you are on your way to jail. And there is a character who is aware of your your criminal past, and you're given a decision fairly early on in the game to choose to save one of two people. You can't pick either one. And the fact that you don't, potentially some players don't save the person who has the knowledge that they are a criminal, potentially that is coloring that character, right? That there's this decision, there's this very calculated choice, that there's a lot of loose ends that get tied up if this person doesn't live. And that will color the journey that, potentially will only ever end one way. But that tells you a little bit of something about that character. And again, I think in the case of Mass Effect, right, you've got Shepard. Shepard is a hero, but there's lots of different ways that hero can turn out. And in fact, I really like that scene with Liara in terms of asking, how do you want to be remembered? Because answering that question reveals a lot about who you are as a person. So even if Mass Effect had one single ending, I still think that all of the decisions that you make along the way tell you a lot about Commander Shepard, and as a result, the meaning of the ending is colored in different ways depending on what type of person you were. And a lot of the criticism really seemed to be about the idea that all of these decisions that you made were sort of boiled down to, 3 stock endings or something like that. But I have kind of this almost totalitarian view of storytellers. Like, I actually don't think it's a bad thing that you're given one good ending as opposed to this illusion that you can custom tailor. Like, here's the fact of the matter. If the audience knew what they wanted, they wouldn't be going out and buying other people's stories, right? We rely on specialists in pretty much every other case, so why can't narrative specialists take us on a meaningful journey? And I think maybe if that expectation was kept in check, maybe people would have been a little bit more accepting of the endings they were given. You're nice to me 17 times and only 15 times to the other guy, therefore you have my undying loyalty.
Commander, got a minute? What do you want to know? You've just implemented a cure for the genophage. Millions of Krogan will start fighting the Reapers. What do you say to people who think humanity is starting another Rachni War and Krogan rebellions? It's easy to remember the worst of Krogan history, but you also need to remember the best. Meaning? The Krogan were heroes once, and they want to be heroes again. We're giving them that chance. Are you aware that Clan Urdnot is already petitioning the Council for an embassy and rights to a colony world? The Krogan are coming to the aid of a Council homeworld. That's more than a lot of species can say. I helped them get the genophage cure. Anything more is between the Council and the Krogan. There it is, straight from Commander Shepard. Until tomorrow, this is Diana Allers. Good night and stay strong. Okay, I'll cut that together with the rest of the segment and send it to Command for approval.
So somebody's got to fire that bot because Shepard was so clearly the point of focus when she was talking.
Commander.
Smut writers are the ones who decided to make stories they themselves want. That's not just. I mean, like, there's lots of examples of fan fiction that doesn't have to be smut, but. I mean, it is interesting, though. I suppose to a certain extent it might be just an example of how Mass Effect's a victim of its own success. Like, if people suddenly, if people have been bought on the fantasy or the illusion of, how expansive this world is. This is so weird to see this hair effect. It's like I've got a helmet on. If people are so invested in this game and they've been given the impression that every last little detail creates this custom, custom story with you'll have a bespoke ending by the end of it. That's very flattering to just how well wrought the whole series is. Ooh, getting dramatic. That's an indulgent tilt there.
Commander.
You settling in, Javik?
I believe some of the crew wishes to be my friend. That is not my purpose here. Also, I find I need to wash my hands. The residue of the ship is strong.
How so?
I have been exploring. There are traces of those who lived on the Normandy before. I detected a human female. Her genetic structure was unnatural, as if artificially created.
Sounds like Miranda.
And a Drell. There was illness in him.
Thane.
And a Krogan who lived in these quarters. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. His memories were confused, not organic to his mind. There was great confusion and turmoil.
I still can't wrap my head around that. Reading information like you do.
For my people, it was as natural as breathing.
Evolution's an amazing force.
Our scientists believed it was the only force in the galaxy that mattered. They called it the cosmic imperative. The strong flourished, the weak perished. The governments of your cycle seem concerned with ensuring the survival of all.
Fetty, I believe it's an infiltrator. I'll bring up the character sheet just to double check the name, because I picked the class once, and well, actually I guess I had to pick it again at the start of this one, but I don't know. I like sniper rifles. I'm not always good with them, but by the way, again, sorry to reference so much other media, but I seem to have a few Mass Effect fans in here. So if anybody hasn't seen the film Arrival, which has a Canadian director, by the way, there's a really interesting idea here. So you've got Javik with the Prothean ability to sort of read the residue of a room and the perspective that gives him. There's a film that does an interesting job with this. I think it's a short story too, if I'm not mistaken. And by the way, please do not confuse it with the film The Arrival. The name is called Arrival. And it is basically a story where aliens come to Earth, and the main character's job is largely to translate the alien language. And there's all sorts of conflicts about what the messages the aliens are sending are, whether or not, the response should be a military one rather than a diplomatic one. All the sort of stuff that you might expect with, the arrival of extraterrestrials. But what's really interesting about that one is how, through her understanding of the alien language, it changes her perspective. It changes the way that she sees the world. I think it's a very good movie. It's very good science fiction. And I think if you haven't seen it and you think Javik is an interesting character, I think bringing those two things together can lead to sort of an interesting appreciation of the character. The aliens have grasshopper-like legs and bend backwards. You really only see the aliens sort of in the background. Like they're always in fog. You never really see them right away. It's got, God, I can't even remember the actors that are in it. I think Jeremy Renner's one of the actors. The guy from The Hurt Locker. I know he's in a Marvel movie. I just don't know what character he plays because I haven't seen them. Let me get the exact. I'll get the year. I'll get the. I actually just saw it this year. So 2016 movie. Starring Amy Adams, Jeremy Renner, Forrest Whitaker, I should have mentioned. Director Denis Villeneuve. The story was by Ted Chiang. There it is. So the name of the source material was called Story of Your Life. And obviously Villeneuve is now moving on. He's done the Blade Runner sequel, which I still haven't seen, and is currently doing the latest adaptation of Dune. Yeah, well, there's a movie called The Arrival, so it's not the easiest one to talk about. But yeah, for those of you who find the character Javik interesting, there is kind of the human version of not exactly what it's like to see Javik, but the idea of your as you learn a language, the change that it creates to your thought patterns, the perspective that it gives you. It's a really interesting story, I think. Generally a good movie. That's good to hear. I mean, I rather expected it to be good, but I haven't had the chance yet. I also haven't seen Interstellar, so like my sci-fi fan credentials are really they're about to be revoked.
Was this imperative just your scientist's opinion, or did they prove something we don't know?
The universe had already proven it. They only had to look around.
And saw what exactly?
Extinction is the rule of law in the cosmos, the natural order of things. The weakest species are doomed.
It's the duty of the strong to protect the weak. Otherwise we'd have anarchy.
But those who had nothing to offer would be eliminated.
So conflict should be a way of life.
Evolution demands it. The strong grow stronger by dominating the weak. It is for the greater good of all.
Thanks, Friedrich.
Though I do not think your Asari approves of my beliefs.
Liara? I think she just had a different idea about what Protheans were like.
We are all a product of our time. Had I been born in this cycle, perhaps I would be the noble scholar she wishes me to be.
I kind of want to say probably not.
You think you'd like that? It's a whole different line of work.
I wouldn't know. Living a life of constant war. Taking life in every battle.
I see how it could be tough to see outside the box.
It is the only box I have known. It shapes me, as stone is shaped by the one who carves it. The stone has no choice in the form it will take. You and I, Commander. War is our sculptor, and we are prisoners to its design.
Maybe not much longer. We win this and we'll both be set free.
I will admit, like, I do still find Javik one of the more interesting characters as sort of the failed shepherd. But most importantly, I think one of the most interesting implications about the existence of Javik is just simply the fact that this. So you ask yourself the question. You can ask this question of humanity, by the way. It's an interesting thought experiment. If you could even say of all living people, but even let's say you could do living or dead. All of humanity is in cryopods, and you have to start shutting the pods off. And there's only going to be one, by the end of the process, there's only going to be one that survives. Which one would it be? That tells you quite a bit about the society, the civilization, the race, by how they choose that. In the end, the Prothean, you've got Liara looking at the Protheans in a particular way, and then you have Javik, who's definitely very different from what those expectations are. But more importantly, you learn something about the Protheans in terms of deciding who it is they preserve when it comes down to it, who the last Prothean would be. And to a certain extent, maybe you would imagine, maybe Commander Shepard is the one that, humanity would preserve. But I suppose it does raise an interesting question, which is, what is the utility of Commander Shepard if we already accept that humanity is lost? Is Commander Shepard necessarily a representative of the best of humanity? Or is the purpose of Commander Shepard to preserve what's best in humanity? Because those aren't necessarily the same thing. Oh, that's really interesting, Angry Cat, because I'm ashamed to admit I still don't know French.
If the Krogan seek retribution for the past, do not waste time on sterility plagues. Destroy them where they stand.
Plenty more.
In the meantime, yes, a difficult fight remains.
All right, I don't know what provoked that. You heard about the officer's line?
Morality and friendship do not matter now. Your allies are simply resources to use against the Reapers.
Yes, I mean, the big Javik is a really interesting character, but the biggest problem that I run into is everything that he says is a representation of an approach that completely failed to stop the Reapers. Whereas our decision at the beginning has been to unite and to preserve. And kind of everything that I'm seeing here seems to be pointing to the correctness of our actions and the failure of his. Did you know that Javik didn't refer to the Krogan as primitive like that, like all the rest of the species? That indicates to me that the Krogan were possibly an advanced race in the age of the Protheans. I didn't even think of that, but you're right.
Is it true you helped repair Edie's mobile frame after that last mission?
She just needed an extra pair of hands. I am an engineer, remember?
Were oils and lubricants involved? Was there any moaning?
In your dreams, Kenneth.
If only my imagination was that good.
Donnelly, you're on report.
Shepard,
My board is green.
Have you found that thermal pipe yet? There's probably a store on the Citadel that carries thermal pipe.
Wait a minute, he's probably... Is he still... Yep, still throwing himself into his repairs.
That last job on Tachanka was intense. I tried providing air support, but the sky was so full of Cerberus, it was like someone kicked a hornet's nest.
All right, Blast Thick Neck, what do you want?
Parts of Tachanka reminded me of the desert back home. The lizards and worms are bigger, but, you know, the sand and everything.
Good talk. I think I've got a couple of other items, so let's take a quick minute here. So it helps with melee damage. So what I'm basically looking at here is to see if it's given me boosts to anything that I... Yeah, not really. I am slightly curious about the shield regen, so let's pull back on that. Am I really willing to lose that much health boost in the name of weapon damage? I think I'm going to hold back for now. I think one of the things that's interesting about what Fatty brought up is the idea that, like, obviously the Krogan have the capacity to wipe out their, you know, their progress through war. So, and then there's sort of the discussion about how long it takes the Reapers to actually complete the harvest. So there's kind of the interesting questions just about, you know, so again, I don't really have a definitive answer one way or the other. I'm not as that invested in Mass Effect to really sit down and work out the timeline. But I think the interesting question about that, if I kind of take it for granted that there's the possibility that the Krogans were more advanced than we might think, would be the question is whether or not the fact that they have a penchant for self-destruction led to them being something that would survive into the next cycle, as opposed to just simply being primitive enough that they were left alone. And again, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting idea to toy around with. It might be something that doesn't hold up to scrutiny, but I thought it was interesting when Fatty mentioned that. Your regrettable decision from Dalatras Linren. So I guess I guess it's title. Yeah, we'll see if it's titled or not. Commander, I am deeply disappointed by your actions on Tuchanka. As I thought I made clear, curing the genophage will have long-term consequences. Once the Reaper threat has passed, our combined force will be so depleted that no race in the galaxy will be capable of stopping a resurgent Krogan. Moreover, the Krogan will undoubtedly seek revenge for the genophage, and the Solarian Union will be among the first targets. When that day comes, Commander, the blood of my people will be on your hands. I am ashamed to also learn that our own scientist sacrificed his life carrying out your orders. This is a dark day not only for my people, but all of galactic civilization. Dalatris Lindren, Solarian Union. Making babies from Erdnot Rex, Shepard. Making babies again will be fun. As soon as this war is over, let's just say I'll do my part to build our numbers back up. You really came through for us. Thanks, Dr. Strangelove. My plans for the Krogan go forward once we take care of the Reapers. Having Eve around would have helped. She would have been a great leader someday. Could have united the clans. That's a shame. But we got a war to fight, and a lot of Krogan are itching to get into it. We're off to save the Turians now, since apparently they forgot how to hold a gun. Impressive work from General Corinthians. Commander Shepard, when you first arrived on Manea, I had a hard time seeing how you flying off with one of our best generals would benefit our fight against the Reapers. However, as I now watch Turian and Krogan fighters working together to take down a Reaper destroyer, I must admit that I am impressed. You brokered an alliance that many thought impossible. Palaven might be saved after all. With great respect, General Corinthius, Manea Command. Still fighting, from Shyala. Dear Commander Shepard, I don't know if you've seen the articles, but the people of Zeus Hope are fighting again. This time it's the Reapers instead of the Geth. I'm not sure if you remember me, but you helped me back on Ilium. The Thorian is dead now, I can confirm that, but the spores in our bodies still remain, and on some level we are still connected. This is not necessarily a bad thing. As we fight back the Reapers, we feel each other and act with one mind, ignoring pain when the need arises. I'm sure I'm still indoctrinated. I remember Sovereign's voice in my mind when I went willingly to the Thorian as its thrall. But my connection to the people of Zeus Hope is stronger. It drowns out the Reapers' voices. This situation is imperfect and dangerous. Perhaps the colonists should separate for their own safety. But with one mind, the untrained fight with the skill of veteran commandos, our force is strong. I've not forgotten how you helped us and how you spared me. We are leaving Pharos soon, and when the time comes, we will fight with you. And an alert. New article on Reaper. From Alliance News Network Information Partners. Pharos. A group of colonists on Pharos have mounted a defensive against arriving Reaper forces, holding them back long enough for civilians from nearby colonies to escape. The informal militia from Zeus Hope, said to be survivors of a savage Geth attacks several years ago, has repelled initial Reaper landing attempts with a level of wartime competence more common to seasoned platoons. The colonists are using improvised weapons as well as supplies salvaged from a defunct exogeny facility. This colony is our home, colony spokesperson Elizabeth Bynum said. We've survived worse, and we know how to fight together. The colony is expected to have time for full evacuation before more Reaper forces arrive. Okay, so I'm going to take a minute. Oop. Nice. Just going to take a minute here and see. So Cerberus fighter base, Admiral Hackett has requested assistance with Cerberus fighter base on Noveria. Land on Noveria to disable the base defenses. So it's nice to know that our next priority is the Citadel. I am going to try and do as much of this as I can before going to Citadel space. I don't remember if we... Yeah, I think we kind of scanned everything in this area, so... Let's see what the map looks like. Now, I am getting close to an hour past what I would normally do, and I know some of that has been spent... talking. And, I mean, again, I gotta be careful about this, right? Like, I know it is, like, it's not for everyone, but it is also something that people like about the cast, so... I think this night I maybe fell a little too far on the wrong end of that balance. But I hope it sort of enriched more than oh Jesus. I hope it enriched more than it upset.
I found something.
Oh, this is promising. But I do have kind of a limit in terms of broadcasting. I mean, it's already past midnight, so I'll try and do at least one more mission, and I'm obviously going to take the time to sort of do some of these side projects as well. But just a let's say a caution that I'm probably going to have to wrap it up before too long. Named after a northern Irunian luck deity, Cherksab is overshadowed by the economy on Losil and the scientific research on Doldet, solar system's middle child. Cherksab now has the only functioning helium-3 fuel apparatus in the system, as the Reapers have not yet struck there. The space around it is jammed with Volus ships trying to flee the system. So presumably, this is going to be the system where we find that... Ah, crap. Okay, so let's just spam as much. Okay, good to know. Irun, the Volus homeworld, is a high-pressure, high-gravity planet that supports an ammonia-based ecology. This rare environment means that the Volus have been slow to colonize, as there are few planets that meet their habitation requirements. Most prefer to stay on Irun, working remotely via the extranet. The more adventurous don the clumsy but vital pressure suits and venture out to worlds in Citadel space to make their fortunes. Irun is remarkable for having done away with warfare as an institution of the state. Volus culture lacks the romantic view of war found in the galaxy's more aggressive species. Physical skirmishes between groups rarely last long and are almost always ended by social castigation, bargaining agreements, or harsh economic sanctions. Irun cities tend to be built on fast trade routes rather than militarily defensible positions. This has left them vulnerable to Husk attack, and now that the Reapers have overwhelmed the Turian fleets and began a ground war on the planet. Citadel Travel Advisory. Irun's ammonia-based atmosphere is toxic to non-Volus life forms. Visitors to Irun must wear pressure suits at all times when traveling outside of the environmentally controlled areas. Population 8.8 billion. Population estimates are pre-invasion. Capital Lenos. Orbital distance 1.3 AU. Orbital period 1.5 Earth years. Radius 11,525 kilometers. Day length 36.2 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 60.56 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature 9 degrees Celsius. And gravity 1.5 Gs. It's very nice of the Reapers to wait while I scan the planet, by the way. All right, well, at least we got the Book of Plenix. And just because I know people are going to talk about it, I do know how to get rid of these guys. I just happen to like shaking hands with danger. However, I'm also not completely stupid, so I do need some extra fuel anyway, so I'll do a save, and I'm going to see if I can do a quick run for that fuel pack in Aru. These are always the hard one because the Reapers still pursue you even when you're going into this menu. So if they're just about on top of you, you get taken out. Yeah, I mean, I think what you're talking about, Fatty, to me, it's one of the things that makes games like this sort of worth playing and worth confirmed. Sort of sitting in. I think if they just like, so if there was like the series Bible and you'd like sit down and you'd read every last little bit of backstory inside of it, you know, the point of a lot of the science fiction I sort of feel like is that you fill in the blanks in your head, that they give you this really good foundation and a good story set inside of it, but then you get to sort of, again, both in the decisions that you make as the commander, but as well just your, your investment in the series allows you to sort of fill in some of the blanks and make it part of your own. And so as a general rule, that tends to be the sort of thing I like about games. I think some of the best stories are ones that give you enough of a glimpse that you want to know more about the world, but don't give you sort of this encyclopedia so that you sort of sit down and feel like there's going to be an exam at the end of the dialogue. Yeah, I try not to use like the thing is, I know that I can access walkthroughs and all of that. It's one of the reasons why backseating kind of frustrates me a lot, because it's not like I don't know how to find information about games when they come up, but there is something to be said. I mean, part of this just comes from the fact that when I did Dark Souls, both on stream but also the first time I played it, like, part of the fun of that was burning my hand on the stove trying to figure out how to do certain things in the game. You know, I don't fetishize it. Like, if I feel like I'm really struggling with a game and it's ceased to become fun, or I feel like there's nothing to be taken out of it, you know, I'll consult a guide, or, you know, I have the benefit of chat. I know people like to help in chat, so I'll say outright whether or not, you know, whether I'd like some help. And where I can, like, if I do hit that point, I usually like to give chat the opportunity, because I know it's something that I know people want to do, and I want to be clear. Like, you know, it's all well and good for me to say, you know, I'll let you know if I need it, but if I actually need it and then go consult a guide instead of ask chat, then I can't be trusted when I say that. But I think one of the things, the thing that I find really funny is that, especially when I play strategy games, is that this probably attracts some of the most backseating. And yet it also, the same people will also say, oh, I never knew that you could do X. And this is the really important thing for me, why I like playing games on their own terms, is because, one, it's about seeing how a designer wants me to experience their game. But number two, you know, for all of the failures that I do, we were talking about inefficient searches before, for all the failures that I run into about different approaches, it also leads me to discover other ways of solving problems, and it leads me to a deeper understanding of the game. It's how I used to play Dota. So I used to really dislike Dota 2 hero guides, because the best that they could ever do was teach you how other people would play that hero. But the reason why metas shift is not just because they put patches into the game, but it's because people find new ways of playing heroes that are very effective. And if you want to be someone who develops those kinds of techniques, you're ultimately going to have to do some work on your own. It's kind of, and part of this is probably me and my academic tendencies, right? Like, if you are doing research, the sort of stuff that's going to get published in a journal, you can't just Google it. You know, you are working at the frontiers of human knowledge, and you're trying to find something that people haven't solved, people haven't done before. It doesn't mean that you work in a vacuum. Obviously, you have all of the work of scientists who've come before you to do, you know, to make their mark and sort of push the frontier forward. But in the end, the problem you are dealing with, ideally, is something that hasn't been solved before. And as a result, you can't just go and consult some guide. What you need to do is you need to bring your reason to bear and see how honestly and how effectively you can address what you've been given. And you know, I find that very satisfying, and it's games can just be another chance to capture that. So. Omacare is a temperate garden world currently in its megafauna stage. The planet's nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and dextroamino acid-based life wasn't particularly attractive to the Volus, so they sold the colonization rights to their Turian partners. Omacare's spaceports and major roads were blasted into craters by the Reapers, largely immobilizing the population. Its Turian defenders are slowly being pushed back by ground forces. Colony founded in 1153 CE, population 259,200,000, population estimate is pre-invasion, and the capital is Sarlacc. Orbital distance 2.0 AU, orbital period 2.7 Earth years, radius 6,739 kilometers, day length 25.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.29 Earth atmospheres, surface gravity 16 degrees Celsius, and surface gravity 1.03 Gs. I hope it says 100%, by the way. Ah, damn it. There's probably a fuel refinery somewhere.
Reapers eluded.
Oh, that is close. I think they're going to get me. Yeah. I think I forgot to save, too. Oh, good. Okay. There it is. Okay, this is going to be a tough one, but...
Faster than light jump successful.
Yeah, maybe not. 250 units. I think it would be a great idea for a future Mass Effect game if they went back in time, making a game revolving around the Rachni Wars or something. Going forward seems to be a dead end. Well, this is the funny thing. So I think when they were kicking around the idea for what became Andromeda, they wanted to do a prequel. I think it was the First Contact War that they were thinking of. And again, this is coming from the Kotaku article, so I only have one source for this. But apparently when they went to the fans, it seemed to be that a very large majority wanted a sequel rather than a prequel. I think there's potential in both. So I think just because Andromeda didn't meet expectations doesn't mean that the idea of sequels are necessarily... I don't think sequels are necessarily dead, but it's, you have... So I think it would be smart for them to move... So I think there's one thing that is a good decision for Andromeda on its own, which is to say the trilogy is the story of Commander Shepard. That story has been told, and what we are going to do is we are going to take this world that you are interested in, and we are going to tell another story inside of it. And I think that is in line with sort of longevity for what is a very good science fiction setting, which I would like to see. I would like to see some more development in. I do actually think there is an interesting question to ask about what is the role. So this is where I really feel like I should play Andromeda, because I also don't know what the role of a game like this is in modern gaming. So I think most people kind of know what a Mass Effect game is like. I think most people know what a Dragon Age game is like. But it's been a while now, right? Like, the types of expectations that we have for games are very different. And if you take a look at the stuff that's popular, right? So, Battle Royale, immensely popular, completely inappropriate to the setting. Well, okay, that's not true. You can probably do any kind of genre inside of Mass Effect, but like the stuff that I think is going to be in line with what people want out of these stories. Survival crafting games, like, could you do it? Sure. I mean, I understand that Andromeda apparently is basically about trying to make a new colony. So of course you can. I mean, I think that's basically the premise of I don't even remember what the name of the studio is, but the person who used to be responsible for the DayZ. I should say DayZ because I'm Canadian, but everybody calls it DayZ, so I'm not going to be too much of a pest about it. But I think their new game is about that, if I'm not mistaken. But it's kind of hard to say that Ark in space is the best use of Mass Effect, even though I think you could angle it that way. I think probably some people are going to have some story expectations about a new Mass Effect game, so you want to make sure that you're working in that space. But, both coming back to that Starflight influence, but also, so if I were to combine two things that I think are... what do you think about your last two comments? So identify with Lantern. Could it be that you also see some of the Watcher's mercilessness in your judgments too on occasion? And I am an economist, so that probably comes with the territory. So this is the funny thing. Economists don't sit around, petting copies of their Milton Friedman books and talking about how, the world would be better in some technocratic utopia. So the thing to remember is that in the most boring possible sense, one of the questions that you deal with is... are you getting what you pay for? So if you want to argue for a carbon tax, it's that the social cost of fuel consumption right now exceeds the social benefit, and that's because your private benefit from, you know, driving your car for fun, you realize the cost of the fuel, but you don't necessarily realize the cost of the pollution. And so collectively, everybody consumes fuel as if there was no cost to the pollution, and clearly there is a cost to the pollution. And so the argument for a carbon tax essentially is to embody the cost of pollution in the private cost of the good, in this case, gas. And so, carbon tax is obviously more than just gas, but you get the idea. And the idea here is that people will make decisions as to whether they will make decisions in line with what the actual social cost is. And there's a similar argument for like subsidizing school, which is there are external benefits to being educated. Society as a whole benefits from having a more educated population. If you leave the cost of school down to private individuals, you will see underconsumption of education, where it may be socially desirable to have more people to go to school than you would normally you'd see if it was a purely private decision. So if you've ever taken a micro course, you know that I was just talking about externalities. But the simplest version that you can get for that is, again, are you getting what you pay for? So, it's not always people like sitting down and saying, wouldn't it be awesome if taxes went down to zero, or like, we should just make flat taxes on everything. But I know that's the perception sometimes. But yeah, I mean, it does lead to a certain type of analytical thinking. But I think I've talked about my lantern tendencies on streams before. Fatty says, you think it would be great if a great idea if any future Mass Effect games were you did that one. See a spin-off in which we follow the Pradzui here says spin-off in which we follow the adventures of Garrus and Zaid as they join forces as head. Oh, that'd be interesting. Andromeda is a very fun game to play. It's just got a lot of holes in the story. Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, again, it was a successful game, not successful enough to merit. My understanding, at least, is that it was a financially successful game, but not enough to merit a string of DLC. But I'd be interested. I'm okay just leaving it on its own, Pradzu. I appreciate it, but it's a game that I will eventually try for myself. Whether I do it on stream is another question, but I'll manifest the power of the glory and sun. Well, Cultist Simulator is all about private interests. You can bring about the end of the world as long as you achieve your ultimate goal. All right, a lonely world of rock and ice. Niseland clings to the outer rim of the Satu Ard system. Its freezing temperatures and carbon dioxide atmosphere were braved by Ezo smugglers who set up camps in the tunnels honeycombing the southern hemisphere's mountain ranges. The camps... Oh, yeah, sorry. I was going to say what I think would fit in modern gaming with Mass Effect. So, people seem to really like these environments that they can kind of go in and explore and, it's just something about being able to walk around a realized world and do stuff in it. Kind of like Grand Theft Auto to a certain extent. And that seems to be in line with some of the ideas inside of the Mass Effect games. So whether that means that you're doing a story about colonization, which I guess is what Andromeda is doing. The first human colonies, potentially a source for that. You create a system in which maybe the experience of the planets is larger than what you've previously seen before, but you still jump between different planets. I have a feeling that that's something that aligns with sort of modern expectations while still being true to the setting. It could be that you want a big, larger-than-life hero, but I feel like a big, larger-than-life hero is something that you can fit in any kind of game. What are some other things that I guess people like about game? I mean, actually, okay, here's an interesting question. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I'm just going to open up Steam for a second here. And let's take a look at the top sellers. I guess I could take a look at like the most current concurrent players, but it's like Counter-Strike, Among Us, Dota 2, and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So probably not what I would want to base that off of. Yeah, no, it's no problem there, Angry Cat. So it like Lantern in the game is Lantern in the game is associated with sort of the intellect, with discovery. I kind of feel like Cultist Simulator is a Lantern game because it is focused on on discovery and figuring things out on your own. The fact that Lantern is associated with reason is very, is kind of the big secret for me. And I think, if I'm honest with myself, again, I'm very focused on sort of the life of the mind. I'm very focused on being able to solve problems through thinking through them. I like the world of ideas, and I tend to be very focused around those sorts of things. Now, that's not everything about Lantern, but that really kind of comes down to it. And I feel that Lantern tends to associate itself with those kinds of things more than the other aspects. That's really where it comes down. So Star Wars Squadrons, #1 seller on Steam right now. Unfortunately, mixed reviews. That is a shame, because that game is definitely better than mixed reviews. Among Us, Fall Guys, Cyberpunk. What would you guys... So I haven't played The Witcher 3. I haven't played really all that much of any of the Witcher games. But like a big open world game, like... Well, I guess that's Dragon Age, so that's not... Actually, yeah, the top sellers aren't really helping me a whole lot right now because there's a bunch of sales going on. So there's like Battlefield and stuff like that. Oh, EA Play's available now. So for $5 you can play the game I'm playing right now. I mean, I just get it through Origin, and I also have the Pro version. So EA Play's fantastic. Yeah, okay, that wasn't as instructive as I thought it would be. But yeah, I don't know. Coming back to those, those exploration, those discovery elements, especially because I think this is a world where people want to explore, people want to know more about the world. Actually, here's an interesting one. So I don't know if this might be better as like if BioWare were to do what Firaxis did with XCOM. So like, remember how you've got like XCOM 2, which is this like blockbuster of a turn-based strategy game, very high production value, and then you've got this much more intimate game in the form of Chimera Squad. Like, imagine BioWare were to do something like that.
Reapers,
this is again going to be a really hard one for me to get the fuel for. Oh god, that's not going to work out at all. Okay, I might have to...
Faster than light jump successful.
Yeah, if it keeps starting me here, this isn't gonna work.
Evasion successful. Reapers eluded.
I wonder if it's just randomly determined each time, or because it does seem that it's always starting me from the other angle.
Faster than light jump successful.
The real shame here is that I want the 100%, but I really don't want to fly away to get it.
Successful.
Okay, this might work. I'm screwed. Oh, maybe not. Get us out of here, Joker! Yes.
Reapers eluded.
But yeah, so imagine that BioWare did a small-scale Mass Effect game, and it's about Prothean ruins. That you're discovering Prothean ruins, that you're doing the sort of thing that... I mean, you could even make it, a Liara game. Oh god, that was a highly questionable decision for me to start pinging that much.
than light jump successful.
Of course it is. Oh god, this is going to be hard.
Evasion successful.
Yeah, that's not working.
Reapers eluded.
I might be able to give him the slip. Nope, not here.
Faster than light jump successful.
If I'm going to be trying this, I should save. But yeah, so like imagine, you know, to sort of whet people's appetite for a more full-bodied Mass Effect sequel, you played like a younger Liara. I'm going to try this, but it might be questionable. And it was about sort of discovering the Prothean ruins and discovering more about what's going on. Solu Polis Helium-3 collection mechanisms historically turned a large profit, not because of any great immigration into the Azori system, but because Solu Paolis made a good refueling stop between Irun and Satu Ard. Warned of the Reaper's battle plans, but left with little other option, a select team of workers at Solu Paolis sent out phony communications suggesting that important military data was being handed off here. When the Reapers sent a force of husks, they ran into the Volus' trap, a chain reaction that annihilated the station. And we apparently expect to find war assets. Yeah, I think that's. I don't think that's an unfair presentation of it, Angry Cat. Sorry for answering that later. Okay, I wonder if I can hit Enter to get out of the menu. Maybe escape? Yes. Oh, so close. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna try the same trick. They're too close for that to work.
Evasion successful.
Nope.
Reapers eluded.
Maybe. I think they're gonna catch me, but let's do our best. Yeah, so it looks like I've got the same problem where they all fly on top of me during the transition. I know they're close. I'm just going to see if I can get away with it here. I'm going to do a hard right in for my escape. Made it.
Evasion successful.
Oh, Jesus, I forgot. Where's the relay?
Reapers eluded.
Okay, that was exciting. I can't remember if there was anything for me in the Anos Basin. So let's try the Anos Basin, I'll try the Petra Nebula, and then we'll take a look at that. You've really enjoyed the stream. Oh! It's been great to have you, Fatty. It's again, if you prefer a different shorthand, feel free to let me know. But it's nice to talk about the game. I mean, again, I'm a little conscious. So I've been a little conscious about concurrent views lately, and one of the challenges that I encounter, of course, is doing a game like Mass Effect. It's sort of a known quantity. It's not necessarily going to be everyone's cup of tea. On the other hand, it is a chance for me to play a very well-known game, which I've not yet had the opportunity to experience. And I think there is some value in sharing that experience. And again, not everything is about concurrent views. Like sometimes you just want to play a game and experience it and share that experience with other people. And one of the really rewarding things for me, at least, in terms of being able to play this game, is to see people who are really invested in the game and the world to be able to kind of come through and share what it means to them. Because it's encouraging. Again, like it helps me understand games a little bit better when I I see what when I see what other people are getting out of it. Like even in the case of disagreements, I do sometimes bristle a little bit when people are unkind to development teams. I know a developer who has the view that like there should be no criticism of developers. I'm not quite that strong. I think we've already been here, haven't we? Yeah. I don't think that's true. But I do also think that there are times where, I think there are varying degrees of productive dialogue. And I think one of the reasons I bristle at it is because I sometimes feel like the lazy dev theory of game development has very little explanatory power. It's sort of, things I don't like are the product of lazy devs, and things I like are the products of hardworking devs. And to me, it sometimes seems that it's just as easy to say, I liked this thing and I didn't like this thing. And it's totally fine to say, by the way. I don't like every game I play either, although I have a tendency to like more games than I dislike. But like I said, having people like you in the channel, I mean, it's also nice to have people who just like my stuff in general, but I'm not looking to build a cult of personality here, obviously. But to have people who really like the game, because I have a tendency to sort of monologue, and I have a tendency to try and jump in a little bit in terms of, again, I only get one opportunity for first impressions of a game. So if Javik says something that provokes a train of thought, I kind of want to give voice to that when I can, because I know I'm going to have, particularly when it comes with me thinking about how it might shape how the story turns out later, I know that with the benefit of hindsight, I might, consider something that they've said differently. So, oh God, there's any number of movies really. But in terms of games, I don't know how many of you have played Full Throttle Remastered. This is one of those Double Fine remakes of an old LucasArts adventure game. There's a really wonderful line. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing I did last time in terms of spoilers. So if you want to play Full Throttle and you haven't experienced that story yet, I don't think this is a major spoiler, but it is a plot point in the game, and it is a revelation that comes out later. So I'm going to give myself exactly 1 minute. I will say when the timer is starting. If you want to keep watching the stream, but you don't want to hear about a plot revelation in Full Throttle, I'll give myself a minute to talk about this, and then you can unmute the stream afterwards. So the minute starts now. There's a character in Full Throttle who turns out to be the daughter of a person who's a victim of a murder. His name is Corley. There's a wonderful line in it where you say it's like, oh, so this is an illegitimate Corley operation. And that character says to you, I prefer to think of it as a renegade Corley operation. So this is foreshadowing the reveal that she is in fact the illegitimate daughter of Corley. But in this, at the moment, you don't think anything of that dialogue. If you play the game a second time, then it's a very nice little bit of writing. It's a nice little bit of foreshadowing that obviously when you play that game the first time, you can't appreciate the significance of its meaning at the moment. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, so I'm done talking about potential spoiler stuff now. But obviously, depending on what happens in a game, you are going to have sort of different... You're going to have different experiences. Certain lines are going to mean different things at the end of a playthrough. So I have a tendency to probably go too deep in monologuing on some of those details that I like. But I think there's sometimes some value, for me at least, in being able to give voice to them. I'm also going to read some chat, and then we'll get on our last mission, and then I think we will call it a night. So I find it interesting that Moth converts to Lantern. You think that may link those aspects, and the obsessiveness of moths often affects lantern thinkers. That's true. Also, you can think of it as moth being related to the creative impulses and having the creative impulses subverted into more rational. So you can sort of think of it as being right brain being subverted into left brain thinking. But obviously, Cultist Simulator leaves room for a lot of interpretation. So you can take, you can really take what you want out of it. Fatty says a developer has to decide on a story and stick to it. If they took everyone's opinion to heart, they might have. Yeah, and I mean, more importantly, I mean, like, design by committee is very rarely effective. So, you know, maybe Andromeda would have been a better game if they decided to go with their prequel. But it's also pretty clear from Mass Effect 3 that there's a very vocal audience for the Mass Effect games, and I think BioWare wanted to try and involve the community in the creation of the game. The problem is that the community is not necessarily, like, the community is not going to take the blame if the decision doesn't work out, and to a certain extent, there's only a certain degree to which they're culpable. An example of this is, like, I like Amplitude Studios. I don't always think the Games Together program results in the best decisions. I talked about this in a previous stream. There's a game that they made called Dungeon of the Endless, which is a very good little tower defense roguelike. I still like playing that game, actually. It's one I'll probably do a video on a bit later. But they asked the community, there was like 3 options, and like one of them seemed to be genuinely good for the game. And I knew that it was not going to be the one that was picked because one of the other 3 options was multiplayer. Now, if you ask a group of gamers for any game whether or not they want multiplayer, they're always going to say yes. They're always going to say needs multiplayer in overwhelming numbers, whether or not multiplayer is effective for that game at all. And unfortunately, rather than getting an actually interesting choice, if you play Dungeon of the Endless now, there's going to be a multiplayer option. Do you want to know how many people play Dungeon of the Endless multiplayer? Almost nobody. So, you know, gamers can say they want a certain thing, but as we were saying before, both as storytellers and developers, like, if gamers knew what they actually wanted, they'd probably be making them themselves, right? Like, game developers do play games, but knowing how to play a game and knowing how to make a game are 2 totally different things. You know, you don't sit down and play Civilization and all of a sudden you are going to be able to make an even better 4X strategy game. Those are not easy things to make. And it has nothing to do with, you know, whether or not you're a good programmer or anything like that. It's dealing with things like, you know, when people see the probabilities of certain events, they have an expectation about how the game is going to resolve them, and those expectations have absolutely nothing to do with the actual results of those events. Now you can say, well, I'm a hardcore gamer and I believe in the integrity of numbers, and so I'm going to have it stick to the proper probabilities. Well, that's fine. That's a choice that you can make, but don't come crying to me when your game has, you know, orange text beside its, you know, its rating. Half of the job seems to be lying to people. The same way that, you know, if you were to look... So I actually saw a couple of scenes from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and, like, I couldn't believe how phony they looked. Like, it was so obviously on a soundstage, and it was like a concrete, like, structure, or like some supposed to be stone structure, which is so obviously a made out of wood. No, it's because it was like muted, and I was looking at something else. But like, those movies are all about pulling the wool over my eyes and convincing me that it's a big fantasy world that was shot on location and, you know, even before prehistory. But why would it be anything else, right? Of course it's going to be phony. Of course they're going to make the sets out of wood. Of course it's going to be, you know, it's going to be false. Wow, you can really see the seam on this world. I guess they weren't expecting me to sit on Noveria this long. This is the nice thing, I guess, of being very chatty during streams. You know, you get to see all the details. Did I really work on? Yeah, I really did. I worked on the 3rd season, so I have a theory about TV shows that they asymptotically approach a boxing episode. Because when I worked on Smallville, there was like a Fight Club episode. When I worked on Battlestar Galactica, there was a boxing episode. There's a boxing episode in Billions. Didn't work on that, obviously. I worked on Stargate, SG-1 in Atlantis. I worked on the Far Cry movie. Don't go watch the Far Cry movie if you haven't seen it. Yeah, I worked on a lot of really questionable stuff. I've worked on some kind of cool stuff too. But yeah, I used to work as a camera assistant in the Vancouver film industry. So what is Battlestar Galactica? So Battlestar Galactica was an old 1970s TV show that got a remake with the showrunners Ron Moore and David Icke. I don't quite know what Icke is famous for. I know he used to be, I think both of them had spent some time in the military, but I know Ron Moore kind of cut his teeth on Star Trek The Next Generation. And there's also a conspiracy theorist of a similar name, not the same guy. I'm talking about the person who does TV shows. Ron Moore's latest thing has been For All Mankind for Apple TV Plus, which I kind of like. I think it's supposed to be their answer to Amazon Prime's The Man in the High Castle. So it's an alternate history in which the Soviet Union won the race to the moon. They definitely do some interesting stuff with that series. I'm interested in seeing where it goes. It also has, I think Michael Dornan is his name. It's the guy who does the main character in Patriot, which is a really good TV series if you haven't seen it. It's cancelled, unfortunately, but he's a New Zealand actor. They did sort of a reimagining of it for a modern audience starring Edward James Olmos, and it's very popular amongst the science fiction community. But I think one of the things that was kind of interesting about it was they definitely kind of went for a grittier and sort of almost documentary style for it. So again, I worked in the 3rd season, but some of the aesthetics of the show, you're confined to the ship. But even when they did like the space battles and you're looking at something that's obviously artificial, like just like when you were shooting the stuff that was on the spaceship, we used a lot of handheld. And even the space battles, you kind of have this handheld effect. Thank you very much, Lost Lotus. You have this handheld effect, which gives it sort of this documentary feel. The handheld thing, so one, it does kind of allow you to shoot a little bit. Like, the actual amount of time it saves you is debatable, in my opinion. But it is a little bit easier to shoot that way. You don't have to like move dollies and put down track or anything like that. I sometimes think that documentary style is a little overused. I think they really started doing that when Steven Soderbergh did that in a movie called Traffic, which won a bunch of Oscars. Very good movie. It's a little long, but it's like, I think it uses its time well. Also, not a bad example of how you can tell sort of these interweaving stories in an interesting way. But you haven't seen Battlestar? Well, okay, so this is the funny thing about Battlestar Galactica, guys. I haven't seen the show. Like, I've seen a couple of episodes now. I don't know if it's any good. The important thing to remember is that I haven't made movies, I made money. The movies don't look anything like they do when you're shooting them. So just a heads up on that. But yeah, I mean, it's, instead of going to university right away, I worked in film for a while, and I eventually left and became an economist. So, but yeah, like, I don't vouch for the quality of any of the stuff that I worked on, but I did know a thing or two about high definition cameras. I was very technically inclined, and I got along well enough with the camera department, so they kept calling me back. So thanks, Eddie. All right, Bavaria is a small frozen terrestrial world, barely habitable by conventional definitions. It is privately chartered by the Novaria Development Corporation, who lease out labs for research too dangerous or controversial to be performed elsewhere. The war has brought significant attention to this otherwise obscure planet. Noveria is home to some of the most advanced research in the galaxy, a sure magnet for Cerberus interest. Further, Noveria's mass relay is the stop between the humans' Exodus cluster and the beginning of Solarian space. It is a safe bet that the Solarians will defend their borders to the utmost. Colony founded in 2163, population 405,200. Capital Port Hanshin, orbital distance 0.9 AUs, orbital period 0.9 Earth years, radius 5,656 kilometers, day length 52 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0.87 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature -1 degree Celsius, and surface gravity 0.81 Gs. Actually, here's another thing that's interesting about Battlestar Galactica. It seemed to be, in terms of the reaction to the ending. Oh, so this is an interesting one. Obviously I didn't work on Game of Thrones, but the cinematographer who shot the Red Wedding episode of Game of Thrones, he's a guy named Ron McLaughlin. Very talented cinematographer. I got to work with him on a thing from the showrunners of Battlestar Galactica. That guy is very impressive in terms of his visual chops. There's no Conrad Hall, but who is, right? Conrad Hall is my all-time favorite cinematographer. But yeah, he's what I found, so I still read the credits of everything that I watch, and I was a little surprised to see that. Okay, I was surprised to see the name, and then I completely wasn't, because of course he winds up on a major HBO show. But yeah, just a little detail. All right, I'm gonna take a quick look at my pistols. So I definitely need a pistol. The Eagle looks like it's kind of the lowest weight of the options. The Predator doesn't do more damage. And then the Scorpion and the Phalanx does a little more damage, but the fire rate and the capacity go down. So yeah, I actually think in this case the Eagle is the right call. Although I should be considering mods at this point. So melee damage, bullets to pierce, reduce damage, rounds per mag is important and increases damage. Yeah, okay, so damage for sure, and then we'll expand the mag as well. Yeah, Las Lotus, got it. We're actually talking about American Beauty a little bit earlier too. Thank you very much for the follow. It's nice. Yeah, by the way, I do know I have a very special audience when they know who Conrad Hall is. So thank you for that. Increase damage to frozen or chilled targets by oh man, that's a really tempting one. But I'm going to go for the armor damage.
Commander, the enemy has a strategic advantage in this sector thanks to the fighter squadron facility you're about to attack. We want to seize it, but their air defenses are too strong for a frontal assault. Losses would be too cost prohibitive.
How do you want me to handle this?
Go in the back, bring down their defenses so we can send in the troops. Good luck, Commander.
I have visual contact. There's a small platform above the main landing pad. I can drop you there, but it's gotta be now.
Let's do it.
Also, Fatty, sorry, I promised to tell you what class I went with. You know, this is really funny. So that bit of dialogue in Mass Effect 2 is, because that was the first in the series that I played, is one of the most memorable to me. But what I find so interesting is it was memorable to me, but people, so Infiltrator is what I went for. But what's it, you know, because it's memorable to me, I obviously pay attention to it. But what I find so interesting is every single stream where I've done it, somebody mentions the Asari thing. It's fascinating to me that this is the thing that people walk away from the series with.
They've seen us.
You think? And again, I know you guys are probably getting tired of hearing it, but I really do love the smoke and how it forces me to move through the environment. And at some point I will actually be able to equip my... Sniper rifles are melee weapons, right? I really do like that it forces me to move around the environment more than it did in the previous games, because I remember in Mass Effect 1, I beat a level by staying in one spot and having everyone come to me. Because you secretly hope they're Lovecraftian monsters. Oh wait, I think you wrote something about Lovecraft earlier on... Right, sorry, actually, so it was what Prodzui said. Given that we know Asari do not look how they are presented in ME because they distort their image to look more attractive to whoever sees them, thus what we see is what they show humans because Shepard is human. I wonder how close to Cthulhu their actual looks are. Do any of you watch a Netflix series called Love, Death, and Robots? It's not necessarily a recommendation. It's a shame, because actually they picked some really good science fiction stories, and then I think sometimes their realizations of them fall a bit short. But there is there's an adaptation of a short story by Alistair Reynolds called Beyond the Aquila Reach, which has a rather interesting reveal in terms of what what someone really looks like. Yep, that's exactly the one I'm thinking of. I can't believe I tried targeting a dead body for that long. All right. I do like Admiral Hackett. He knows his stuff. Hackett's and the war against the Reapers would win it. Yeah. Hackett's gonna be the backup Shepard if things go too wrong. Oop. Apparently been ignoring my comrades in favor of talking about Netflix series. Okay. I don't know who or what did that, but that really hurt. Surprise!
Let's find that control center.
With Love, Death, and Robots, most episodes could be their own show. Yeah, so, I mean, this is where I think some of the shame comes in. For those of you who... Okay, so, first of all, there's a weird little bit of Canadian trivia, which I like getting out of this because I love my country, and I feel that Canadian culture could probably be better appreciated. We kill it with video games, by the way. Canadian film really struggles to get attention. But Canadian games are... Like, there's a reason... Oh, there's several reasons, not all of them talent-related, but there's definitely a reason why Google based their first game development studio in Montreal. So I'm sure probably most of you know of the existence of a magazine, a journal, a publication, whatever you want to call it, called Heavy Metal.
Keep your eyes open. Getting close.
We're with you, Shepard.
Weekly processing report, Sergeant Parker. All on base personnel have been processed. Integration protocols updated successfully. So Heavy Metal. I think the editor is now like a guy from comics. I think like Grant Morrison. I don't know that much about comics, I'm afraid. But it used to be like the covers would usually be, if you imagine like the sort of really absurd science fiction or fantasy covers of like women in chainmail bikinis riding dinosaurs and stuff like that. Heavy Metal was kind of notorious for that kind of art style, but also some like interesting stories. So like the idea here is that the stories that are in it are not just children's stories. It's like it's a mature take, quote unquote mature as in you get to see breasts, not mature as in, you know, sensible people interact with this content, let's say. Sorry, I really like checking every nook and cranny. Imagine how hot it would be if Asari became Shoggoth in the romance scenes. Anyways, so heavy metal had this really clear style and attitude that was really influential on a lot of science fiction and on a lot of creative people of a certain vintage, let's say. Heavy metal is unquestionably way before my time, but you know, if you get interested enough in this sort of stuff, you start looking at people's influences and whatnot. Now, the reason why I say there's a Canadian connection is there was a heavy metal movie. It's an animated movie. And again, the intention being to show that you can do animated movies which are not necessarily designed for kids. And it's kind of what you would expect. Like, you get to see cartoon breasts, and there's people who are like melting and stuff like that. And but it's made by, I think it's Ivan Reitman, or what? Maybe it was the son. Anyways, it's a Canadian filmmaker. So the heavy metal adaptation is a Canadian film, and has John Candy in it. Unbelievably, well, not unbelievably, but like not the sort of thing you would normally associate with John Candy. I might actually be a little lost here, but that's fine because it gives me time to talk about heavy metal. So anyways, suffice to say, you know, heavy metal is kind of synonymous. If you go, okay, so, you know, if your parents are home, don't do this, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, if everything you need to know about heavy metal, do a Google image search for heavy metal magazine covers, and everything you need to know about that magazine will be in that image search. And it's, I think there was a Heavy Metal 2000 made. I have no idea what became of that. But by and large, it's just sort of been this thing that's fallen into the lore of science fiction and influences. You kind of feel some of the influences in other projects. I'll actually just wrap up the thought here because I'm trying to get to Love, Death, and Robots. This has been influential to a number of filmmakers, graphic designers, short story writers. And my understanding is that David Fincher, and his name escapes me, used to be visual effects, but he's... Oh, God. He's doing movies... I think he did Deadpool. Was it the same guy who did... I know he did Terminator Dark Fate as well. I just don't... Or I think he did Terminator Dark Fate as well. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. I definitely remember David Fincher. Tim Miller. Checked out all the covers and all the women, and then we're gonna catch a call. Yeah, you get it, right? So like they were I think their collaboration was to try and do a revival of heavy metal. And for one reason or another, that project didn't work, but they sort of thought about how they could do something like that. And I think they were also talking about how there was a lot of good science fiction that ultimately wasn't being read. And so the idea with Love, Death, and Robots would be that they would pick a lot of good science fiction stories and they would try and do it sort of in the spirit of sort of heavy metal with something with like a lot of attitude and definitely a very clear adult tone. And they pitched it to Netflix. I mean, Fincher seems to have a really good relationship with Netflix. It feels like he's not doing anything else for anyone else. But I mean, the stuff's good, right? So who can complain? But the problem with so here's, in my opinion, here's the problem with this. I don't want to be a prude about it, right? Like, I am a red-blooded, heterosexual male. I really, really should love seeing as much nudity by, especially with lots of beautiful women, which, Hollywood has no shortage of. But there is a certain point where when that happens in movies, there's this moment of like, where I just have to say, like, what do you take me for? And I feel like Love, Death, and Robots crosses that line a lot. Like every episode there is the scene which they put in to remind you that this is for quote-unquote mature people, including the one about the yogurt taking over the world, and there's this like low poly topless woman for seemingly no reason at all. And it's just really weird. So the reason I mention this is that Beyond the Aquila Reach is a really interesting short story and a really interesting episode in Love, Death, and Robots, but it's also one of the most ridiculous examples of the Yeah, it's a really good episode, Crack Steve. I do recommend it. I mean, the thing about Love, Death, and Robots is they're really short, they're short films, but they're well done. One of the first ones, actually, I think is called Sunny's Edge, and I think that's got some of the best computer animation I've seen. Actually, so does Beyond the Aquila Reach, though. The thing about Beyond the Aquila Reach is, I don't want to go into too much detail, but there's like a lot of detail about the characters and things that get revealed through their behavior that could have been done in that runtime. And there's a sex scene which feels like it runs for about a third the length of the short. It's probably not actually that long, but it is like a ridiculously long, incredibly well done. Like, again, it's some of the best computer animation I've ever seen, but it's like the Living in the Shadows sex music video, basically. I have read now the Beyond the Aquila Reach short story, and there is a sentence that covers that. Quite literally one sentence that says it. And so all of the stuff that made that short story interesting was kind of jettisoned in favor of that. And I think that's the real flaw with that series, is that I like what they're trying to do, and I like that they're trying to bring back sort of the heavy metal aesthetic to a lot of stuff, but it's sometimes the cinematic equivalent of like a 16-year-old jumping up and saying boner like in the middle of the show. Like, it just sometimes it feels a little out of place. So yeah, exactly.
Damn it. This'll take a while.
Oh yeah, if I'm at the helm, it'll take twice as long. I just heard yogurt taking over the world. Yeah. No, there's I think it's called The Day the Yogurt Took Over. All right, you got enemies inbound. Can't wait. Someone's got to get those defenses down ASAP.
EDI, front and center. As you command.
Be ready, Commander. You're gonna get swarmed. Commander, I've been flushed from cover. Retreat to minimum distance.
No problem. Cortez, get out of there.
We'll wait for your all clear, then relay to the strike force.
Warning. Security. Initiating lockdown failsafe.
Outside communications are no longer possible, Shepard. Bring down their defenses. We'll worry about that later.
Well, that sucks. Damn it. I might have done that if I wasn't moving, but... Yeah, well, that's...
It appears that shutdown requires a synchronous command.
Sorry, Angry Cat. Yeah, I agree. Like...
General Order 7/7 triggered. Establish contingency defenses.
Cerberus is deploying manual defenses to the landing pad, Shepard.
That's where we need to go.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I sort of understand that I'm the intended audience for that, but it's very hard for me, like in a lot of contexts. Like, actually, another good example of this would be, there's a really good game called Spec Ops: The Line, but a moment that people really like from that game is one that I don't really react to that well, because it feels like it very specifically makes me do something, and then like turns around and says, "Don't you feel terrible that you did this?" And I'm like, "No, because you didn't give me any other options. And I paid for this game. You know, I want to play it. I want to see where this is going. And I am not going to feel bad about, you know, you railroading me into a particular decision." But again, I know there's a lot of people who really like that game and think that moment is, you know, this incredibly profound and an important moment in gaming. I just, you know, to me, it was another one of these examples where I felt the creator was sort of drawing my attention to their craft as opposed to the, you know, the moment sort of speaking for itself.
Cortez, I read you. Come in.
And, you know, in the case of Love, Death, and Robots, I sort of feel like those moments are kind of like nudge, nudge, wink, wink. You know, we put this in here for you, so.
Shepard, look out.
Oh, yeah, engineers are
Give
tough.
everything you got.
The mail slots are, I actually don't find that, that hard, but.
Now the deck is clear, Shepard. Anyone wounded?
Only minor injuries.
Copy that, Lieutenant.
This was a major victory, Commander, a crippling blow to Cerberus operations in this sector. Now all we have to do is maintain control of the facility.
Cerberus won't make that easy.
And we won't make it easy on them. Thanks to you, we can use their own defenses against them. Tell your team they did good, Commander. You should be proud.
Thank you, sir.
That's all. Hack it out.
That was short and sweet. I actually was expecting that to go a little bit longer. Speaking of me, I was originally going to say, well, maybe I can try one more mission, but it is getting close to 2 hours past when I would normally finish. And it's actually also 1 a.m, which is not the latest I've ever gone on a game, but I actually did have a couple things I wanted to get done tonight. So here's the trade-off. I'm going to talk about my war assets. Maybe take a look at a codex entry or two, and then maybe I can call it. So let's take a look. So we've got Alien, the Volus Dreadnought, Kunu. The Volus have only produced one dreadnought, the Kunu, named after the diplomat who negotiated their client race status with the Turians. The Kunu is the only Volus ship of its class, but it is remarkably well armed. Its broadside cannons and main gun are all Thanix magnetic hydrodynamic weapons. A Turian general touring the Kunu after its maiden system voyage enthusiastically declared that the ship could char a planet 3 times over. While its construction was funded entirely by the Elkos Combine Corporation, the Dreadnought was jointly gifted to the Vol Protectorate and Turian hierarchy upon completion. The Alliance. Zhu's Hope colonists. The Asari Shyla was rescued by Commander Shepard from the Tholian on Zhu's Hope. Now she leads the militia of Zhu's Hope colonists, waging a surprisingly effective campaign against encroaching Reapers. Shyala suspects the group's prior connection with the Thorian gives their soldiers an uncanny ability to sense one another, allowing them to think and act as one in battle. The long-term consequences of this connection are unknown, but for now at least its effects are helping the cause. The Crucible. Volus fabrication units. Volus companies are skilled at mass-producing whatever manufactured goods are currently in demand. Factories use modular equipment to switch their production lines from arms to housing to the next big galactic buying trend. Recovered from a manufacturing compound, these fabrication units can stamp out custom plastics for the Crucible on an industrial scale. You killed her? Yeah, it's kind of neat to some of this stuff I only half remember. So it is kind of interesting to be re-encountering some of these things and being given. I think this is actually maybe one thing I haven't touched on in discussing about the world, but I like that there are little reminders of actions that you have taken in the game before. And they do sort of remind you that there is, like, so the characters in the game do not just exist for you to save them. They don't just exist to give you something to do, because if you could move right to the final fight, you would send an angry letter to BioWare that you did not get your payments worth. And I think what I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. I guess, I'm not 100% sure. So, like, if it comes down to bars being filled up, I've passed the minimum. It looks like even with a 5% reduction because of my readiness rating, although I should be getting an extra 3% when I turn in on the Galactic Readiness minigame. I sort of feel like that sort of stuff. By the way, I don't know if Uncle Cranky ever came back, but I did owe him an explanation about my Legion choice. Yeah, the like filling up a bar, like I've kind of already done that, but obviously, like, I want to keep running around the galaxy, and I like the fact that basically it reminds you, and the previous games have done this too, it reminds you of people you've encountered before, and you kind of get to find out what happened to them. And it's a little touch, but it's sort of nice to know that, I guess there's something nice about a game that doesn't have the world, like the world that you just saved does not vanish as soon as, they garbage collect it or whatever, right? As soon as it's out of RAM, you never encounter it again. There are little reminders of the impact that you have had, even if, the most memorable thing and the reason why you paid the money for the game would be for the macro level changes that you're bringing in. All right, Volus Engineering Team. Elkos Combine is a manufacturer known for producing reliable but less expensive versions of higher grade weapons and armor. Their scientists are adept at reverse engineering new technology. The Volus engineers rescued from Satu Ard are applying these same methods to break down instructions on how to create several dozen new plastics that must be integrated into the Crucible superstructure. In a show of unprecedented generosity, Elkos Combine has waived all proprietary claims to any new compounds created by its scientists. Ex Cerberus. Now, I actually didn't remember doing anything for Ex Cerberus, but Advanced Fighter Squadron. A squadron of advanced fighter ships was liberated from Cerberus forces in Noveria. Fast, agile, and remarkably fuel-efficient, these one-person spacecrafts pack surprisingly heavy firepower for their size. After the Alliance installed their own VI programs and swept for hidden bugs or transmission signals, they repainted the fighters and pressed them into service. Incidentally, it's been a while since we've encountered a Cerberus... well, I guess the bomb was one of those things, but I feel like Cerberus is due for another nasty surprise. Krogan clans. So I suspect this is an update, but centuries of Krogan infighting abruptly halted with the news of a cure for the genophage. With their future restored, Tuchanka's clans have united in a show of force not seen since the Rachni War. The clans have also been stockpiling weapons of mass destruction for decades. Thankfully, their full destructive force can now be turned on the Reapers instead of Tuchanka. Their strength, size, and regenerative powers make Krogan an ideal shock troops. Updated. With the death of Eve, the clan Urdnot Shaman, who provided the basis for the genophage cure, several of the Krogan clans have fallen into conflict over who was responsible for her death. The fighting, an excuse for many to act on long-standing feuds, have significantly weakened Krogan forces. Updated. Commander Shepard's interview with Diana Allers about bringing the Krogan into the Reaper War cast the Krogan in a favorable light, which drew even more of the clans to the Allied forces banner. This is, of course, the main reason why we allowed her on the ship. So I'll maybe leave you with one parting thought. I'll go to the main menu, but I have a feeling I'm going to have to go to... I'm going to have to open up my browser and find somebody to host tonight. So it's not as direct in in this game as it is for this movie, but because I'm talking about old movies, or have been for the majority of the stream, and I'm needing a minute to find someone to host. I actually have a few people who I can host tonight. All right, I'll think about it. But okay, so this is my musings at the end of a broadcast, and then I'll talk about the next week's plans when I finish this thought. There is a mild parallel, I sort of think, to the journey that Commander Shepard takes, particularly in Mass Effect 3, and the one that Maximus does in Gladiator. And this is the sense that Mass Effect really does not treat the diplomatic side very well. Udina is a dick. The Council essentially exists to get in the way of your mission against the Reapers. We've talked about this a couple of times, and it's interesting as to whether or not this is a portrayal of how Commander Shepard looks at the galaxy, or whether or not, bureaucrats really are that incompetent. There's a certain point where I'm kind of like, this almost seems like a fascist propaganda video at the end of Mass Effect 1, because, you have the helpless bureaucrats who just cower, and you need the military to get things done. And how does it end? You've got mighty Shepard who comes out of the rubble, and it ends with a strong leader at the end striking a pose, in the most, dynamic, perfectly real, idealized hero stance you could get. And like I said, the Council could be ill-equipped for the moment. It could be a portrayal of how Shepard views the world and sees bureaucrats as essentially getting in the way of the role of the military. There's lots of different ways that you can take it. But where I think, where that might potentially be a blind spot in the first game, I actually think it's really interesting to end the third game this way. Because think about the journey that Maximus takes in Gladiator. Marcus Aurelius says to him, by the way, I have a whole lot of thoughts on the structure of specifically Gladiator and how much this comes through the film. This is not the time for that. It starts off, Marcus Aurelius says to Maximus, my last wish is that Rome should be a republic again. I'm not handing the empire to my son Commodus. It is your job to bring the power back to the people. And Maximus says, I'm a general. I can't handle the Senate. I don't know anything about this. I'm not the man for the job. Aurelius, well, you'll learn, Maximus. You're the only person I trust to do this. Commodus finds out he's not up for the job, kills Aurelius, and seeks to murder Maximus and his family to cover up his deed, because Maximus is obviously knows what's just happened and doesn't pledge allegiance to him. And the interesting thing about the journey, Max, so that you get lots of great sword and sandals, ancient Roman epic stuff. I love classics. Ovid is probably my favorite epic poet. I did a course on classics in university. I got to be a TA, or not an RA for it. I did a little research in it. Nothing too major, but it was enriching. And if you think about it, the whole scene, the one that a lot of people remember about that movie, where Maximus is like, "Are you not entertained?" The whole journey is essentially him acquiring the lessons that he would have needed to learn when reforming Rome. He's an incredibly effective soldier. We knew that about him. That's what the whole battle at the start of the movie is about, right? Nobody doubts that, Maximus is good at ending people's lives. But it also doesn't get him very far. That being a gladiator involves entertaining the audience, about swaying popular opinion, about putting on a show. And that is the journey that he takes throughout the end. Becomes the slave to defy an emperor, if you go for the taglines for the trailers for the movie. And so the reason why I'm bringing up Gladiator here is that this is a little bit of the journey that Shepard is taking, right? That the council and that the bureaucracy go from the first game goes from being an impediment to, you know, Shepard needing to be able to take the role of the diplomat, needing to be able to create consensus in the galaxy, dealing with the consequences of certain decisions that were made. You know, did you try and save the council? There was a cost of ships for that. You need to acknowledge that. Did you try to remove the genophage? Did you try to remove the genophage, or did you destroy the cure? There are consequences for that. Who did you help? Who were you a jerk to? You know, all of these things seem to be having some relevance to what happens inside the game here. So it's not just interesting from this point of view of, you know, you have this trilogy of games where you're making decisions and you're seeing how the story plays out over a long period. But it's an interesting journey that Shepard's going on, in the sense that you start with the council as an impediment, but ultimately one of the final the great challenge that you face is the Reapers, but the great personal challenge that you need to face is that you need to take on the role of a person who was as much an antagonist in the original game as was the Reapers. And I think that's an interesting journey to go on, because it worked so well in the first game, or in the movie in Gladiator. So I don't know how, again, like, I haven't gotten to the end of Mass Effect 3, so this take on it might be reaching a little too far. Like, by the end of the game, it may be that the role of a diplomat, the role as a unifier, and I mean, again, I'm playing it a certain way. It might be that Javik's approach of uniting the galaxy through force is another legitimate role that you can take. And it could be that there's another approach that you take, but you know, Gladiator was a decent framing that I could give in terms of the overall arc of Shepard, and I do kind of like the fact that you know, we already know that Shepard can blow up Reapers, but in order to be able to properly defeat the Reaper threat, you need to take on a set of skills and a set of tasks that you haven't displayed in the game before. So. Oh, that's really interesting, Angry Cat. I think this game does touch well on politics. Okay, good. So I'm glad that I'm not just talking out of nowhere. So this is going to be a change of pace, but I think I'd like to host Rainbow Lightbright tonight. Rainbow Lightbright is a kind of I guess a refugee from Mixer, but I found her through Apocalypse, who is a very talented caster in her own right. She's currently playing Among Us, and I think actually does a rather good job of showing Among Us. So for those of you who are tired of Among Us, I'm sorry. I still kind of like watching it, and I think Rainbow Lightbright is quite a good broadcaster, so I'd love to share her broadcast with you. If nothing else, you know, come show the flag, at least. My plans. So I'm going to be recording another episode of Morrowind that will be broadcast here on Tuesday. There will also be a high quality YouTube video which will be uploaded at the same time. That'll be playing at 7 p.m. Do keep in mind for those videos, because it's pre-recorded, if you say something in chat, I will probably type something to you, but I can't speak to you in person. Those are the ones where I'm doing that Dunmer voice. Also, I do need to get a couple more episodes of the Cultist Simulator VODs in. I've been very happy with the response to those. Again, I'm not suddenly going to become an overnight YouTube success with that, but clearly the response was very positive, and I thank you for doing that. But more importantly, this was a lot of fun to do Mass Effect. I'm sorry I didn't do more gameplay, but I think people seem to be engaged enough with the... People seem to be engaged enough with the conversation. So, in as far as you found that useful, I thank you for helping contribute to that. I do have a Discord. I'll write that in chat, Angry Cat. I'm sorry I haven't done that before. Actually, I'm going to run out of time. Okay, 10 seconds for Rainbow Lightbright. Have a good night, guys. I'll Planetfall on Monday, and then Mass Effect for Wednesday and Friday. See you then.